What's up, everybody? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports Keep Pounding League, Fantasy Football League. The subject for today is, what does the Carolina Panthers roadmap look like going forward? All that and more coming up. But first, if you want to get your hands on an intro like this, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram if you're a content creator. She'll give you fair pricing. She's really awesome to work with, very patient, and she's looking for new clients. So go check her out. Again, this Lindara Ty on Instagram, spelled T-A-I, the last name. All right. Roadmap of the Carolina Panthers coming up in just a few minutes. But first, ice up, son. What's up?
Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. The Panthers on the prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's the towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got them pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear them saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Toby like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff farm, out of bounds, 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a route. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the hometown go boom. Force a fumble, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go. I know it's
My
not
son
Monday
Ian
anymore, but it's a
was
Victory
diagnosed
Tuesday.
with a brain tumor at the
My
age
bad,
of
my
16
bad, my
months.
bad. I'm trying
We
to.
had no hope.
There we go. Get rid of that extra sound. Sorry about that. But welcome on in, welcome on in, welcome on in. I know it's Tuesday, it's not Monday anymore, but we can still celebrate Victory Monday, right? It's Victory Tuesday now. But hey, we got 2 wins in a row. Let's talk about the Panthers' roadmap going forward. You already know what to do. Hit that like and sub button on your way in. Hit the bell so you don't miss any new content. We'll be doing gaming content as well. Um, and of course the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and the Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League on Yahoo Sports app. Let's get into it. All right, so after 2 wins, we're looking real confident right now. We're making progress. But these are weak teams, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to make sure that I emphasize that we just beat. The Saints just dropped off the face of the earth. They're not good right now. We just beat a terrible Giants team. And we beat a stagnant Raiders team. We almost beat the Bengals, who are on the up and up this year. So, as I said before, what we're looking for is development and progress. What did we get out of those 4 games? And I'll say the Atlanta game too, because we lasted 3/4 of a game against Atlanta. Development, progress, mechanics, footwork, technique, all of it started to make a difference, ladies and gentlemen, in the last 2 games. It started to come together. And I'm going to tell you, when we face the Chiefs, when we face the Eagles, it's going to look like we have taken steps back, but we really have not. If we play Carolina Panthers football going forward, in every single one of these games, we will not have taken steps back. We will continue to take steps forward, whether we win those games or not. Now, I think they're still doing the Krispy Kreme donuts on Victory Mondays, right? I think they still are. Adam Thielen has been activated from the injury list today. That's the big news for today. And I got to say, I'm excited to have him back in that wide receiver core. You know, that's a seasoned veteran right there. And with us losing 2 wide receivers to trades, you know, we got to have a veteran in that wide receiver room making some noise right now. Now I'm going to give you an idea of what this future of the Carolina Panthers is going to look like going forward. This is the roadmap that I believe that we should follow. We are already on track with it so far. But this is what I want to see going forward from today. In my opinion. Granted, a lot of people are not going to share my opinion, and that's fine. I respect yours as well, and I will hear your opinions as well. And I will respect your right to say whatever you want to say on this stream. So I just want to make that perfectly clear going forward that this is what I believe we should do. Now, anyone is welcome to debate me on this plan. Anyone is willing to come in and challenge some of the stuff I'm saying because that's the only way we learn and grow and and proceed going forward. With progress. Being humbled by info that is now correct after being corrected. Maybe somebody will have some info that people don't already uh, have in my team chat. Maybe you'll be able to bring up some good points that I have not brought up. But I'm going to tell you this right now. This path is getting clearer and clearer as we go along week to week. And this is why I wanted to do this now during the bye week. I wanted to do the bye week check in, with this team. And normally I'll do a quarterly check in with this team. So I'll begin with the check in for this year. Um, the state of the Carolina Panthers is weak, but it is getting stronger. That's where we're at right now. Now, what does that mean? That means that we are weak. We don't have a winning record. We just got a fresh new GM. We just got a fresh new head coach. We just got a fresh new system this year. Fresh new players. We retained a few of them. And this staff knows what they're doing. They've been making really, really good moves this year. I'm very, very pleased with what I've seen so far. We still have a lot of work to do. And we're going to talk about some of that work in just a minute. But first, it starts with mentality, it starts with attitude, and it starts with uh, how much do you want it? It starts with those three things right there. Because half of this game is mental, ladies and gentlemen. Half of this game is mental. And the moment you realize that, that's the moment we can really start having some serious conversations about this team and the future going forward. Now, I warn you, some of these topics are going to trigger people. It's going to piss some people off. But, in particular, Bryce Young. But, stick with me because I'm going to give this franchise as many options as I can give them thus far that we know that we have to choose from. And it's up to the management to choose what they wish to do going forward. You guys run this team, I don't. You guys are head coaches, you guys are offense coordinators, you guys are defense coordinators, you guys are GM. In the case of Dan Morgan, GM. You guys run this team. I don't. I'm just a fan behind a camera and a mic, offering you solutions and doors to go down. It's up to you which doors you want to open. But we have a lot of options going forward. Let's do it. Let's dive into them. All right. So, first of all, I got into a lot of this when I was talking to Blitz on his stream, on the post game stream, after the Giants game on Sunday. But for those that did not catch it, you know, We're going to go through the whole 9 yards today. We're going to do a mock draft as well. We're going to really dive deep into this roadmap and what it looks like. Starting right now. Get yourselves ready. All right. Now, starting out, what I want this team and this franchise to do going forward for the last part of this season is number one, continue to do the things that were working in the last two games. Continue those paths. That means footwork, technique, play calling, timeout usage, clock management use, everything that led to the success of the last two wins. I want to see that continue, ladies and gentlemen. Stop playing around and keep on track with those things. Secondly, we're going to try to keep as many people healthy as we can going forward down the road. We have an injury list a mile long. That's got to get shorter. We got to get these guys healthy. Do not sacrifice wins for future injuries. I'll say it again. Do not sacrifice wins for future injuries. That means do not put these guys in just because it feels like it's the best idea, to win when you know they're not fully healthy. And so far, Dave and Dan have done an excellent job of not doing that. We have fixed that mistake of the past. That is progress, ladies and gentlemen. That's progress. That's big progress. Because Ron Rivera used to make that mistake all the time. And his training staff got investigated for it. No longer. Brooks has been sitting on our 53-man roster, but we haven't activated on the field yet. Which means exactly what I thought it was going to be. We are not risking further injury. We'll put him in when we feel we're ready to put him in. All right, so that's one example. There's a handful of more of those examples. So that's one of the goals for the rest of the year. The next goal, pay JC Horn. Pay JC Horn, okay? Give him his money. I know there's going to be a lot of naysayers out there that think, oh, well, he's injury prone, this and this and that. No, pay him for the success he's had on the field when he's healthy. Pay him. I want an incentive-based contract where you get paid extra money if you stay on the field longer. And as a healthy, productive corner. Now, if you're injured, that does not apply. If you're injured, you don't get paid. It is just that simple. The extra incentives. You get your guaranteed money, but the incentive for him, stay as healthy as you can while keeping your productivity going. That's what I need to see from JC Horn and this management working with him. Let's get that contract going. I want that done. You don't have to pay him top money. It doesn't even have to be near top money. Just get the contract done. Because that's going to help us next year with our money. Now, getting back to Brooks, put him in when he's ready. We'll give him snaps when he's ready. But I want a proper evaluation of him by the end of the year so we can make a decision on Miles Sanders. You know, that's why we haven't made these trades, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we were patient. That's why I said you are not pressured to make a trade because we had no information on Brooks as an NFL Carolina Panther running back. And I say all of that specifically to say that I want to know your identity as a Carolina Panther player. I know what you did in college, and that's all well and good. But what I want is an identity in a Carolina Panthers uniform, healthy and on the field. So what that's going to look like for Brooks, we will see. I'm very, very, very optimistic that we made a great move there. We definitely made a great move with Sanders. To move around picks and get him. Um, I want this management to look good, man, to look intelligent, because look, we made the move for Sanders, and it paid off. So let's see what we get out of Brooks. Now, throughout the rest of the year, we are going to be evaluating talent. Okay? So if you're a player right now, pay attention. This is very important for you. You're either going to sink or you're going to swim. If your name is on the radar of players that we can filter out and replace at the end of the year, either sink or swim. And I'll tell you what players I have on that list right now as I go in and I look at the roster in our depth chart. So give me one moment to set that up for you folks. You fine folks that are tuning in. And we'll go from there. All right, so on that list is going to be Josh Neiman, Chandler Zavala, Jarrett Kingston. I've already got an identity for you, Felipe Franks. So, no, you're done. Um, Ian Thomas is on that list. We're going to be looking at where Brian Ray, Shy Tuttle, Jaden Crumity, um, Ashawn Robinson is going to be on that list too. Jonathan Harris, Jadavian Clowney, DJ Johnson, Thomas Incoom, Claudin, John Radigan, Cam Gill, Shamar Bartholomew, Xavier Woods, Lonnie Johnson, and of course, we can't forget Bryce Young. Now, those are the people we're going to be looking at, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody else has passed the test because they have continuously been giving us consistent, good play throughout the year. Now, if your name is on that list that I just mentioned, be wary. Be wary. Because if your name's on that list that I just mentioned that I just went through, step your game up. Because you are being evaluated this year. Whether you got a contract year or not, you are being evaluated. Everybody else is clear. And it's time to get down to business. It's time to look at these players and say, do these guys really want to be here? Do they really want to be in a Panther uniform when we start building this thing during this offseason? And what we come out of this offseason is going to look like a masterpiece. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's going to look like a masterpiece or it's going to look like a total disaster. One of the two. Which one would you prefer it to look like? Dave Canales is done playing around. This dude has clearly shown he is not afraid to get rid of talent that is not producing. You know? And that comes in the form of Mingo. That comes in the form of a few other players that have been cut from this 53-man roster. You know, you can go through the transactions page and see all the people that have been cut. And we're making the right moves. We're moving around. We're doing the right things here. Nick Thurman is another example of that. You know, Jacoby Windman. You know, Devin Tompkins. Chandler Wooten not getting it done. You know, this is the stuff that we got to start filtering out. Yeah, and we're doing it right now. We've been doing it all year. Shaq Quarterman, Rush East. You know, we've been moving people around all year long. This is an active transactions page. This is what you want to see, ladies and gentlemen. You want to see this thing filled the heck up with moves. Because that tells me this is an active front office that is actively doing something to improve our roster. That's beautiful. That's a step forward for sure from our previous front offices. Because our previous front offices would hang on to these players whether they were good or not. They would sit on them, and you could not get anything for some of these players once you started trying to move them. This management knows what the heck they're doing, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all of this. This is beautiful. You got something going on just about every day. That is what I want to see from this front office. That's a great sign for our roadmap going forward. Now, there's going to be a few pieces that get moved that you're not going to agree with. And that's fine. For me, it was Troy Hill. For others, it might look like something else. You know, but I'm going to be straight up with you. I'm very, very happy with the moves that we've been making so far. And we're going to continue to make those moves going forward. We waived a defensive tackle. We put him on the practice squad. That's Nick Thurman. Nick Thurman's been pushed around a little bit here. That's a good thing. We activated a safety and outside linebacker for the Giants game. We got Jordan Fuller back. We got DJ Wadham back. See, that's an active transactions page. That's what you want to see from your front office. Whether you are winning or losing, you want to see that. That's productivity. As opposed to a dead transactions page where nothing is happening. That leaves you stagnant. Look at the Raiders. Raiders have not been moving people around. That's what you don't want to see. That's what eventually gets these guys fired in Las Vegas. And they're rotating coaches like water when they don't get second place in the AFC West. But we are doing the right things moving forward. This is good. So I want to see that continue in the last year here, the last part of year one of Dave Canales and Dan. Another goal for this franchise is do the best you can to keep this offensive line set up that we had in the last two games. Do not change it. That's it. Now, the reason I'm saying that is if you look at how our pass protection was in the last 2 weeks and our run blocking was in the last 2 weeks, that's what made me believe this is a top 10 offensive line. That's what made me buy it. Again, we're playing against weaker teams than us, though. So we'll see how this holds up against teams like the Chiefs, teams like the Eagles, teams like Tampa Bay down the road. We'll see how that holds up. But if we continue to put that same five out there, do not change it. I promise you, you will see a more confident Bryce Young every single game. You will see him confidently rolling out, making throws, doing what he's supposed to be doing. Are the numbers going to look like a NFL quarterback? Probably not. But that's not our concern right now. Our concern is with his growth and development and his value. And I'll say that again. Our concerns are with his growth, development, and value. Some people are not going to want to hear that. But this is where we're at. You know, we'll talk about the doors and options available on Bryce Young very shortly. But right now, the main focus is growth and productivity. And we have seen that in the last 2 weeks out of a lot of different players. And I'm very, very pleased with that. You know, the last two games have uh, given us opportunities to do that, being that these are weaker teams. Now, if you'd like me to go through that list of players one more time, I can do that later. You know, of players that we are evaluating. You know, the rest of the people that are not on that list, you're safe. But continue that productivity that you've been putting out if you're not on that list. Please. All right. Notice whose name I did not put on that list, Taylor Moton. Because Taylor Moton has been playing a lot better in the last few weeks. I'm very, very impressed with him, and I want to give him his flowers. Let's give him his hand claps, ladies and gentlemen. He has played better, and I'm very pleased. That's the type of players I want to see that resurrection from. I love those resurrection stories of NFL players on our roster that come back from the depths of all of that smoke and tough love, and they push themselves, they motivate themselves, they turn it around, and they become what Taylor Moton has become. You know, and I believe when you watch Taylor Moton now, it's like looking at the inspiration of Chuba Hubbard. Everybody that has turned things around lately has been using Chuba Hubbard as the motivation to turn things around. If you look at what Chuba Hubbard was when he first started out, he had fumbling issues, he had catching issues. Look what this dude is doing now. He has completely flipped the script. And now Taylor Moton is starting to flip the script. And I'm very, very impressed. So, shout out to him. This is the starting five we want. Do not change it. Now, we'll get into what advancements and upgrades we can make on that offensive line in a minute. But we're just strictly talking about the rest of this year so far, right now. What is that going to look like? You know? Then we'll get into that offseason because that offseason is going to be a very big, big topic. But I want to get into what we could do for the rest of the year first. So, um, looking at this unit and playing the way we have in the last two games, let's look at the schedule. Let's look at what we have left. Let's look at what some of these games might look like going down the road. Once we've healed up and we come back from the bye. Now, the Kansas City Chiefs, as I mentioned before, have an issue and a pattern that they've been following. If you follow the Kansas City Chiefs this year, for those that have not seen this yet, I'm going to show you. Because it is going to surprise you. If you've heard this before, you'll hear it again. Probably 15 more times, in the next 2 weeks. From my team or from people that represent my crew. But when you watch the Kansas City Chiefs scoreboard here, we'll go down the list, Look at the 7 points that they get in the fourth quarter to win this game against Baltimore. That's just warming up. Now, moving on. Bengals. What do you notice? Bengals had a lead. Guess who comes back with 9 points in the fourth quarter in order to win this game? As far as I'm concerned, Patrick Mahomes is the fourth quarter king this year of comebacks. I have not seen anybody pull this off yet. This is the only game where I would say this has not happened. Is Atlanta. Because they already got their 9 points, their extra touchdown in the third quarter to win this game against Atlanta. But I think this is a good Formula One for us to look at, going into the Chiefs game and say, why was there a goose egg in the fourth? Why was there a goose egg in the fourth for KC? So management, I want you to get on that, okay? When you're studying this film for this KC game, I want you to watch this one in particular. Now, going into Sunday, I'm going to be reacting to the Kansas City Chiefs game at 4:25 for this Sunday. And I'm going to watch this personally. I want to see what's going on. Because this is starting to become a pattern with the Kansas City Chiefs. Why is it that you see a goose egg here? That caught my attention, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's giving people hope right there. Because we lasted 3 whole quarters with Atlanta. So, when you go into the Chargers game here, guess what? KC back to their old tricks, getting 7 points in the fourth quarter, just enough to win. It was a tie game going into the fourth. Yet another example of Patrick Mahomes' fourth quarter miracles. How about the Saints game? Saints, as you noticed, had a lead. You take away those 10 points, you're looking at a 13-16 score. That's a close score, ladies and gentlemen, going into that fourth. And then the Saints got their six. And KC got their 10 to win the game. So yet another one where Patrick Mahomes does what he does. 49ers. 49ers game. Let's take those 14 off the board. San Francisco has the lead again. 18-16. And I'm trying to tell you now 18-14. 18-14. San Francisco would have the lead here until KC starts turning it on in the fourth quarter. And that defense holds San Francisco to 6 points. This is what I'm talking about, man. We need to watch out for this. This is deadly. This is going to be deadly for us. Every Panthers fan out there is going to get emotionally involved, like we always do. We're going to think, oh, yeah, we got to lead. We got to lead. We got to lead over KC. We got to lead. And I'm going to be like, hold your horses. We haven't hit the fourth quarter yet. That's exactly what I'm going to say when we play this game against KC. When everybody gets emotionally happy and charged up and say, oh, yeah, we got a 1-point lead or a 2-point lead or a 3-point lead. Hold up. We haven't hit the fourth quarter yet. Hold your horses. It ain't over. It ain't over. We have not won yet. You know what I'm saying? Because this is a pattern. Look at this 10 points. 10 points. Just enough for KC to win again over the Raiders. If this isn't a pattern, I don't know what is. Buccaneers. Now, this one is fascinating because the Buccaneers actually had a 7-point lead going into this. 7-point lead advantage. And KC comes back with 14 points to tie this thing up and go to overtime. Are y'all starting to see what I'm seeing right now? This is what we got to be wary of on game day. We cannot get too caught up in our emotions. But here's the thing about this. I guarantee you, if Tampa Bay had won that coin toss, they would have had a very, very solid shot at winning this game in overtime and stopping Patrick Mahomes from doing what he does again. This is the one I feel like could have broken KC's streak. But you feel like that every week, you think, oh, well, every team had a shot at doing it. Nah, the Buccaneers had the best shot. And that's why. So now we go to the Broncos game. Guess who gets 3 points again to win the game? And the Broncos do nothing in the second half. The Broncos had the lead going into the fourth. Every one of these teams had the lead going into the fourth. That's the point I'm trying to give you guys, man. I'm trying to show you this so you don't overreact on game day. I'm gonna keep reminding you guys when we react to this game, this Chiefs game at 4:25 on Sunday. I'm gonna remind you again. I'm gonna show you again because we're gonna get some viewers in here that haven't seen this explanation yet. This is a pattern. Do not underestimate the Chiefs in the fourth quarter, or it is your butt. Management, I'm telling you that right now. Defense, you know what you got to do. And I swear to God, if I see prevent defense in the fourth quarter against the Kansas City Chiefs, I'm blaming the jar. I'm not blaming the players. I'm blaming the Jaro at that point. Because if this management had been doing their homework, they would have seen this pattern and it would have said, no, we need to play four whole quarters of total defense of Carolina Panthers total defense without making mistakes with people healthy. Because if I see people in zone defense and prevent defense back out there, I'm going to say, what are y'all doing? Evero, what are you doing? That's stupidity right there. That's ignorance and stupidity and not paying attention to this pattern. A lot of teams have fallen into this pattern. They'll play really good defense through three quarters, and then these guys will start to get tired in the fourth. The stamina starts to take an effect. These guys are sweating like horses. They got their hands on the hips going into the fourth. That's exactly when these guys turn up. Be warned. So if you want to win this KC game, we're going to need some fresh bodies out there. We're going to need everybody properly hydrated, ready to go, stamina to the moon, and ready to handle this for four whole quarters without making mistakes in that fourth. Defense, do you think you could handle that? I'm asking y'all point blank, do y'all think you can handle that? Because let me tell you something. Denver couldn't handle it. Atlanta couldn't handle it. The Chargers could not handle it. The Ravens couldn't even handle it. Oh, and not to mention the Buccaneers, who went to overtime with them, couldn't handle it. So I ask you, what chance do we have of handling that when we barely beat the Giants? We barely beat the Saints, who are struggling right now. What chance do we have on defense of successfully showing these guys we've got four whole quarters of stamina to match up with KC? Can we do it? I got questions, y'all. I got questions with this defense. Don't let these scores deceive you. Do not let these scores deceive you, folks. These look like dominant wins, but they are not. And the Chiefs just keep getting these fourth quarter miracles. And what does that remind you of? Folks, what does that remind you of? New England, right? Back when they had their dynasty At the height of their power, they were doing the same thing. The same exact thing. So is there a chance that we come into that fourth quarter with a lead and come out with a victory? Um, that's a 50-50 for me. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna tell you right now. That's a 50-50. It depends on our defense. All the heat is on our defense because yeah, we can go into the fourth. We can get maybe 7 points, but it's up to the defense to get the job done and get us the W. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's going to come down to. The way our defense has been playing the last 2 weeks before that bye week, yeah, we show up with that for 4 whole quarters. We got a shot. Can we get it though? I don't know. That's a lot of weapons to account for, y'all. That's a lot of very, very dangerous weapons on that KC team to account for. And they're not utilizing all of them completely. So, I mean, strictly just looking at this game on the 24th, we haven't looked at the rest of the schedule yet, but we're looking at the 24th. Can it be done? I don't know. Realistically, I don't know. My heart wants to say yes, but my brain says I don't know. Knowing this team as well as I do versus this Kansas City Chiefs weaponry, I'm highly doubting it at this point. Seeing this pattern right here unfold with all these very, very dangerous teams that have ended up getting slaughtered in the fourth quarter, I don't know, man. It's not like KC is going out and score and winning by like 30 points a game like we were back in 2015 or like they were last year. They're not exactly doing that. And that's what's making me go, hmm, maybe, maybe the door is cracked. And I think it's interesting how the KC Chiefs play that mind game with you. They play it with every single team that they play, whether it be home or on the road. They play this mind game with you. They make you think that you can beat them after 3 quarters. And then that fourth quarter, they say, nah, dog, I'm about to slam this door shut on you. You had hope, and now it's gone. You know, it's like the South Park meme. You give them money to the banker. You're like, oh yeah, it's an investment. Yeah, da, 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 da. We're gonna do this with your money. We're gonna do that with your money, and then hey, it's gone. You know what I mean? Like that's what's dangerous about this, man. Because oh man, and I know how emotional Panthers fans are. That's what concerns me because we're a very, very emotional fan base. And we're going to get heavily emotionally involved in this game. You know, that's what we do. And there's nothing wrong with that. The thing is, I don't want y'all to get so emotionally wrapped up that you forget about those fourth quarters. All right? So, management, keep that in mind. Players, keep that in mind. Once you hit that fourth quarter, it is nothing but business, players and management. Get straight down to business. Get serious because it's about to go down. Now, this Falcons game is bizarre to me because how do you keep the Chiefs out of the end zone during the fourth quarter? This is the only team that's been able to do it. That fascinates me. That absolutely fascinates me. I've been looking at this the last 2 or 3 weeks, and I'm like, how is there a goose egg there? This is the KC Chiefs. Look at the weaponry they have. And then it had me looking at that defense like, okay, what do the Falcons have on this defense that is so mesmerizing that it managed to keep the Chiefs out of the end zone for an entire fourth quarter when nobody else has been able to pull that off. We faced this same defense in Charlotte. I was there, I saw it in person. You got Grady Jarrett, you got Zach Harrison, you got AJ Terrell, you got Justin Simmons, you got Jesse Bates, D. Alford. D. Alford was a terror back there on us. I just want to remind people Matthew Judon. These are dangerous guys, man. So let's kind of see what happened there. Because in order for us to understand how we might have a shot at this Chiefs game, we got to understand what happened in this game in particular. This game specifically is what I want this management to pay attention to and watch the tape of. This will give you everything you need to know. Look at D. Alford with 10 total tackles. That's what's already got my attention on the stat sheet. You had a pass deflection from Jesse Bates. You had one from Mike Hughes. You had one from Justin Simmons. Weren't those the same three names I just mentioned? And you have a tackle for a loss from AJ Terrell. And I know AJ Terrell very, very well because he was a former Clemson Tiger. And he was a terror in a orange and white uniform. David Aminata with a tackle for a loss. I hope I said that name right. I probably didn't, but there you go. A quarterback hit from Matthew Judon. Quarterback hit from Grady Jarrett. Quarterback hit from Eddie Goldman. Lorenzo Carter, 2 quarterback hits. Arnold, I'm not even going to try to say that last name. Quarterback hit. 7 quarterback hits in this game. And that's what's got my attention right there. These guys had the firepower and the push and the will to get through that offensive line of KC to get this much damage done. Kind of interesting, isn't it? Atlanta's defense had that much stamina that they managed to hold KC to 9 points in the third quarter and a goose egg in the fourth. We can learn from this. Ladies and gentlemen, we can learn from this right here. You had 3 pass deflections, 2 tackles for a loss in that game. But look at this, 76 total tackles, 46 solo. But no sacks. Notice, no sacks during this game. Things that make you go, You know what I'm saying? With this defense, I'm paying attention to the little things like this. Because it's the little things that may give us that one bit of an edge. This game in particular has caught my full attention. Because look at that goose egg. Nobody else has been able to do that in the fourth. Nobody. Find me a team that's been able to pull that off. And we know this defense very well because we play it twice a year. So when you look at the box score, let's look at the box score. Uh, no, no, no. I want team stats because look at this. KC still had more first downs. Atlanta had 19. KC had 22. One turnover apiece, 345 yards. A total offense for the Chiefs, 311 for the Falcons. What changed? What changed? Something changed in this fourth quarter, and we got to figure out what that was. That's the key to victory over the Kansas City Chiefs. That is the key to toppling this regime and breaking that unbreakable record. That's the key, ladies and gentlemen. So when you go through this, it's 6 for 14 on third downs, 2 for 9 for the Falcons. And yet they still had a lead until the third quarter. That's something interesting right there. That's something interesting to consider. You had 128 rushing yards. You had 82 rushing yards for the Falcons. Both had the same amount of penalties. Both had thrown a pick. Yards per pass. Here it is. 7.4 for the Falcons versus 5.6. That's one stat in the Falcons' favor. But perhaps we're looking in the wrong spot. Perhaps we're looking in the wrong spot. Perhaps it's that KC defense that has been pulling this off every fourth quarter. Perhaps that's what we're dealing with here. The offense has been doing their thing. That's Patrick Mahomes. That's their unit. You know what I'm saying? But look at the defense, only holding them to 3 points. 3 points. So now let's go back through. Let's see if this is the answer to our question. KC has allowed 10 points to Lamar Jackson, but they scored that 7 points to win. Okay. They're bending, but they're not breaking. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. 3 points by the Cincinnati Bengals in the fourth quarter. Bending, but not breaking. We went over the Falcons game. Let's do the Chargers. Chargers, goose egg in the fourth. Again, every one of these teams has had a chance. Every one of them has had a chance to break this unbreakable record. And nobody's been able to do it. Not even the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers had the best shot at doing it. This is why I kept saying, if the Buccaneers had won that coin toss, who knows what could have happened? That could have been it. Look at New Orleans only getting 6 points in the fourth quarter. Only 6. These are single digit numbers. The only one that's been able to pull off double digits so far since week one is the Ravens, and we know how dangerous that offense is. Okay, let's try the 49ers. 6 points. Another single digit number. Do you see where I'm going with this? Raiders. 7 points in the fourth quarter. That's it. 7 points. I think it's this KC defense, y'all. I think it's this KC defense. And even Tampa Bay had a lead and they let it go. They let it slip through their fingers. And they only put up 7 points in the fourth quarter. Imagine if they had broken through and they had gotten one more touchdown or one more field goal and broken that double digit seal that only the Ravens have been able to do so far. That would have been a win for the Buccaneers. There would have been no need for overtime. I'm trying to tell you. This is Baker Mayfield, who got 2 touchdowns on him, 23 for 31. You had Otten, 8 receptions, 77 yards, and a touchdown. Bucky Irving, 7 carries for 24. Kind of a weak rushing game. But if they had managed to get that rushing game going and gotten a field goal, think about it, y'all. That's all I'm saying. Think about it. You would have never seen overtime, and that would have been the week that KC would have lost the game. Go to the Denver Broncos. Goose egg in the fourth. Goose egg in the fourth. Now, granted, the Broncos are not doing well, but that's still concerning to me. That the KC Chiefs felt they only needed a field goal to win this game in the fourth. Doesn't that bother y'all? That bothers me, man. That's why I'm saying we've got to do something offensively in the fourth. If we can get more than 10 points in the fourth and play Carolina football through the first three, there's a shot to win this game, folks. There's your opening. There is your opening. And I'm not trying to give people too much hope here. And I know Panthers fans get really emotional during this game. They get emotional during every single Panthers game. I warn you, do not underestimate the Chiefs in the fourth quarter. You'll see a nice lead. You'll see a 3-point lead. You'll see a 2-point lead. You'll see a 1-point lead, maybe. Any of those are options that we could see going into that fourth quarter if we play Carolina Panthers football against the KC Chiefs. But if we don't break that double digit barrier in the fourth, we're toast. It's that simple. It is literally that simple. We have got to do what the Buccaneers and the Ravens could not do. Even the Ravens had that 10 points in the fourth quarter, and they couldn't even pull it off. That's concerning to me. You break that 10 points? Who knows? You might see an overtime. You might see a victory. The chance is there, folks. I'm seeing a pattern. I'm seeing an opening. The mighty Chiefs are vulnerable. That is their Achilles heel. but you got to take advantage of it. You cannot do stupid things. You cannot play stupid football. You got to play Carolina Panthers football, period, in order to get that done. All right, so that is what I see going forward for that Chiefs game. Now, as I said, I'm gonna react to that Chiefs Bills game at 4:25 on Sunday. I'm gonna watch this in person. I want to see what's going on in that fourth quarter. I'm gonna watch specifically in that fourth quarter. My eyes are gonna be trained on that game like a hawk. I'm not deviating nowhere else. I don't care what other scores are going on. My focus is 100% on that fourth quarter of that game. And I want to know what the Chiefs are doing right that has continued their record. Because it ain't turnovers. Patrick Mahomes is doing Patrick Mahomes things. The weaponry in KC is doing weaponry things. But that fourth quarter, that's the key. That's the key, folks. I'm giving you that option right now, management. I'm giving you this heads up right now. Management, pay attention. Players, pay attention. This is your chance to do something legendary that nobody on their schedule has been able to do. And these are tough teams, too. Consider this. These are playoff contenders right here. Ravens, Falcons, Bengals. Chargers are always a threat. Saints are always a threat. Before they started taking a nosedive. That's when they were still good, by the way, and starting their decline. 49ers, man. Raiders, man. Buccaneers are one of them. Buccaneers are very good. Do not underestimate the Buccaneers. Just because you see a 4-5 record, do not let that record fool you. This is a playoff contender for wild card. Baker Mayfield is doing his thing. He managed to get 2 touchdowns against the Chiefs. And I told you starting out the year that Chiefs secondary was looking a little bit sketchy. It's looking a little sketchy. And Baker took advantage of it. He did his homework. So let's see kind of what else Baker's been up to, throughout the rest of the year. I want to see how did he do last week? 116 yards. He's having trouble right now. So, I mean, if we were to take on Baker Mayfield right now, we may have a chance. He's weakened from the Chiefs. He's weakened from the 49ers. Could he be weakened by the Giants? Or is that going to be his turnaround game? We'll find out. So I'm kind of monitoring that game at 1 o'clock as well. I want to see specifically Baker Mayfield at 1 o'clock. I'm not interested in the rest of the Buccaneers team because we know what that looks like already. But if there's anything that we can gather from that game, we're going to gather that info. So I'm going to have my team kind of keep an eye on that game, but my focus is on that Chiefs game. Let's see how he did against the Falcons. 330 yards against the Falcons. He still threw 2 picks. So Baker is vulnerable. Baker is vulnerable, y'all. Make no mistake about it. He does throw picks. He threw 2 against the Baltimore Ravens. But don't let those 2 picks fool you into thinking, oh, he can't go 350 plus yards and 3 touchdowns, because this man can do it. He just did that against one of the best defense. top 5 defenses in the league. I don't know where the Ravens are actually ranked defensively, but I will say that I think top 5. I don't know who's up there with them, but I know KC's up there with them. You know, my point being, do not sleep on this man just because he has 3 picks a game, 2 or 3 picks a game. Because if you sleep on him, he will burn the crap out of you. Goodwin is still a beast. You know, you still got some beasts down there, man. Let's see how he does against the Eagles here. Yeah, 347 yards. There it is again. When teams allow him to throw the ball 47 times, you are going to get roasted. Point blank. You are going to get roasted. But that fourth quarter, you are done because there's no more stamina left in any of these secondaries to deal with that. You know, these guys are still balling out despite the 4-game losing streak. Baker is still balling out. It's just that 49ers game where he looked a little weak, man. And the Falcons game, he looked a little weak. I'm going to give him a pass against the Falcons because the Falcons have a really good defense. But the 49ers, not a good look. You know what I mean? For Baker. It's just something to keep an eye on. If he puts up the same performance against the Giants, that's when I'm going to say, okay, don't sleep on this dude. That's a trap. You know what I'm saying? Our de- our defense is going to think, oh, yeah, we got this, we got this, we got this. He hasn't been putting up more than 250 yards a game, in the last 2 games. Wrong. Don't sleep on this dude. The second you come in there with that mentality, he's going to rush you for 350 yards and 2 touchdowns. The second you start coming in there with that attitude, you go play lazy football. Undisciplined, lazy football. And that's not what we do. That's not the Carolina Panthers way of doing things this year. We just showed you what Carolina Panthers football looks like in the last 2 games. Yeah, it was against weak teams, but it's still Carolina Panthers football. It's our brand of football. And that's what's important. And I want us to keep churning ahead with that same Carolina Panthers football. Keep churning ahead every game that we play. I want us to look like that. Do not stop. Do not slow down. Do not collect $200. Keep playing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got an opportunity here, man, to show people who we are in this Chiefs game coming up. We got an opportunity to give the league a really good idea of how much talent we really have. Don't waste it. All right, so that's the Chiefs game. I'm gonna keep going down our schedule because we have other things to talk about with the rest of the schedule. Before we even get to the offseason plans, this is the roadmap, folks. This is the roadmap. All of this is the roadmap. All right, so Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we just talked about them. Philadelphia Eagles. I don't think we're getting a win there. The Eagles have been looking a lot better lately. And I got to say, if you're paying attention to that Eagles offense, it's something to be afraid of. This is Dallas's game right here. This is the Dallas game. 6 points allowed by the Dallas Cowboys. 6 points was all they were able to put up. And the Eagles took full command of that time of possession. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 turnovers in that game. 5. Now, is this an indication that the Philadelphia Eagles are winning the turnover battle? I'm interested to see where this goes. Because this rabbit hole could go somewhere really interesting. 3 turnovers by the Jacksonville Jaguars. Regardless of what they are. I'm not interested in what they are. I'm more interested in how many they get. Bengals, 2 turnovers. Okay. Giants, what do you got? No turnovers, and that's why it really came down to talent at that point. It came down to the Eagles' talent versus the Giants' lack of talent. So, when you go back and you look at the Browns, no forced turnovers. No forced turnovers. So this is the last 3 games they have forced turnovers in the Bengals, Jaguars, and Cowboys game. 3 or more. Something to look at, man. Just something to look at. How about the Buccaneers? No turnovers because it's the Buccaneers, right? Makes sense. How about the Saints early on? 1 turnover, but it ended up costing them. Falcons game. Let's see. No turnovers by the Falcons. Pretty solid game by the Falcons, actually. They won 22-21. Okay, so Green Bay only 1 turnover. Okay, so this is a newer trend for the Eagles, creating turnovers. That's a up and coming Bengals team, a struggling Jaguars team, a struggling Cowboys team, where the Eagles have forced 2 or more turnovers in the last 3 weeks in every game. Is this something that we need to pay attention to? If we see it against the Commanders, it's something to pay attention to. If we see it against the Rams, back-to-back weeks here, it's a pattern. The Ravens will stop it from happening because the Ravens don't cause turnovers. They don't create turnovers for themselves. That could lead to bad things. But the Rams and Commanders have been known to do that. So this is a 3-week streak of 2+ turnovers by the Eagles defense creating turnovers and winning the turnover battle. You're going to see another 2 games with the Rams and possibly the Commanders with that happening. We need to be wary of that when we play the Eagles on the 8th. Something to pay attention to, guys. And by the way, the Eagles are on a 5-game winning streak. This is the softer part of their schedule. So, yes, it makes sense. All right, so once they hit the Commanders, I think the Commanders will humble them here. They'll get a rebound win against the Rams. They'll lose to the Ravens. and then they'll play us. And I think that's where they rebound again. They come out of that, they take an L to the Steelers in a really close game, I think, because the Steelers' defense is really strong. They take an L to the Commanders. Well, they might win. It depends on what they do with this first Commanders game, what they'll do in the second one. One of them's going to be a split. It's going to be a split one way or another. And I'm not sure which way it's going to go, home or away. But then they'll take on the Cowboys and they'll take on the Giants and they'll win both games to finish up. And they'll be in the playoffs. Now, what seed they're going to get, I don't know. But Philly is going to be very, very dangerous going forward as a playoff team. So, the main thing we need to worry about is turnovers. Hold on to the ball, protect the ball against the Eagles. Let's move on down our list. Cowboys is possible to win. That's a possibility. We can win that game. Now, during the Eagles game, who were much, much stronger than the Cowboys, they held them to 6 points. I'm thinking that game is going to look more like a 27-24 Panthers win. And we give them 7 points in garbage time while we win that game. Moving on to the Cardinals. The Cardinals have not really been a serious contender in the NFC for playoffs, but you never know. That's kind of that dark horse team in the NFC. The Eagles and Cardinals are my two dark horse teams in the NFC playoffs right now. And the reason why is Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's been balling. If people are not paying attention to Kyler Murray and they're sleeping on the Cardinals, you've already messed up. Because if you go into a game like that, that's going to spell trouble. So, this is yet another case of episode of Know Your Opponent. Understand your opponent. Get to read your opponent. Know what you're dealing with. Yeah, Kyler Murray looked bad in week 9 against the Bears. But how do you look against the Jets? 266 yards and a touchdown. 22 for 24. Jets don't have a pass rush. Okay, so yeah, you did look good in that game. Naturally. Now, let's test him against, say, the Commanders. Let's see how he did there. 16 for 22, 142 yards and a touchdown. And see, when he faces tougher opponents and tougher pass rushers, he's not as great. Let's test him against the Lions. 21 for 34, 207 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Which tells me there's trouble in paradise in that offensive line in Arizona. Something's not clicking. Because this man should be getting over 250 yards. I've watched Kyler Murray. This man should be getting over 250 yards a game, regardless of the opponent. Whether it be the Lions, the Commanders, whether it be anybody on this doggone roster. There's some trouble in paradise on that offensive line, and we need to take full advantage of it. I'm seeing it, and it's got my attention, man. And this is against the Bills. Again, decent pass rushing, 162 yards and a touchdown, but he still completes 31 passes, 21 out of 31. Mm. Is this the year that Kyler Murray is struggling and he's just not getting what he needs? There's a conversation about whether he deserves to be in the MVP conversation. And that's interesting to me because, look who these wins are against. You got wins against the Rams, you got wins against the 49ers, weak teams. Chargers are a decent one. I count that one. Uh, Dolphins are struggling, Bears are struggling, Jets are struggling. These are soft teams they've just beaten. And when they face actual real teams like the Bills, the Lions, the Commanders, even the Packers who are struggling right now, it ain't looking good for Arizona. So don't let that 6-4 record fool you guys. This Arizona team is not what it appears to be. There might be something there, man. If we put Bryce Young against Arizona and we have our solid offensive line and Bryce Young plays like 220 yards or something like that, gets his touchdown or two, you know, defense does its thing, despite having rush defense problems, that could be a win over Arizona at home. I'm just saying, it's a possibility. It's a possibility. I'm not trying to give y'all hope, man. False hope. But I am looking at some of these teams and I'm going, hold up a minute. I started really looking into this info yesterday. That's why you didn't see a stream from me yesterday, because I was busy doing research and I was kind of chilling yesterday. I was taking the day off, you know. Now we go into Tampa, that's an L. I'm not even gonna hold you, that's an L. Baker is going to shred us in that week 17 because they are trying like heck to get that wild card in week 17. Either they're in contention for it or they're not. So let's take a look at the Bucks. Let's see if they are going to be in contention or not. This just made me really want to look at this because I've been doing some studying yesterday, y'all. Y'all think I just take days off? No, I don't just take days off. I don't just chill all day. I actually did some late night mock drafting just to take a look at what was on the board. But my point being, you know, this is a very, very dangerous time for us right now. And we have to get what we need now, in these next 2 years, or we will continue to stay where we are. So it requires us to be very, very smart and very disciplined about our talent searching, about what we do in free agency, everything. All right, so let's see if the Buccaneers have a chance to recover here after their 4 straight losses. So the Buccaneers will beat the Giants. That's happening. Um, they'll come into Charlotte and probably beat us. I'll go ahead and say that right now. It's early, but I'll go ahead and say it. I could change my mind later, but just looking at this realistically, that's what I'm looking at. Raiders game. They need to win that one. Raiders are a tough team. They will battle you, but I do believe Tampa will win. Chargers. I don't know what's going to happen there. Cowboys is a win. Us in Tampa is a win because at that point they're pushing for the playoffs, and then the Saints is a win. So the Buccaneers will make a push for first place against Atlanta. Now the question is, will they succeed, or will they get high up enough in the wild card competition that they grab themselves a seat in the playoffs? That's a good question. I mean, it's going to come down to this Raiders game, this Chargers game, and us in Charlotte for Tampa. Those are the three key games it's going to come down to. Because all the rest of them are going to be wins. I can go ahead and say that confidently, knowing what I know about the Buccaneers right now. Unless Baker goes down with an injury, unless somebody major goes down with an injury, that's what we're looking at. So let's go ahead and count these wins up. That's one, that's two, that's three. All right, so three on top of what they already have. So that's 7 wins out of the gate. And you need about 2 more in order to be a serious wildcard contender. So they'll get one of them against us in Tampa. All right, so that's 8. Now, these 2 games are what are going to determine the Buccaneers' chances of wild card right here. The Raiders and Chargers. How badly does Tampa want it? Those 2 games will tell us. Because I can see them making a serious push for the division at that point in time. Uh, and the Falcons game at the end of the year, they'll be putting in subs or trying for the division lead. One of the two at week 18. Because if they put in subs, that means they've already got the division lead by a game or two over the Buccaneers. If they do not, that means there's still a push for the division lead by the Buccaneers. So pay attention to the Buccaneers. That'll determine whether we have a shot in this Atlanta game or not in the dome. Now, previously we have had horrible luck in the dome. Horrible luck. We have a horrible record. But we're not playing those same people again. We're not playing those same people anymore. Calvin Ridley's gone. Matt Rule is gone. I mean, Matt Ryan is gone. All those weapons out of Atlanta are gone. You're just dealing with that secondary. It's a new setup for the Atlanta Falcons, which they are doing really, really well. But my question is, how good is their secondary? How good is their depth chart? We're going to find out in that last game of the season. And I caution you, don't underestimate the Falcons' depth chart. If you do, it is your butt. Management, do not underestimate them. Bryce, that includes you as well. Do not underestimate them. Otherwise, it will cost you. Now, that's what we're going to be looking at for the rest of the year, schedule wise. Um, and I pointed out a possible win against KC. I pointed out a possible win against the Dallas Cowboys and a possible win against the Arizona Cardinals and the Falcons at the end of the year. That's 4 possible wins that we still could get, ladies and gentlemen. We still could get those. We still could come out of this year with a very, very respectable record of 7 wins. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. I'm trying to tell y'all we ain't done yet. And what did I say our possible record was at the beginning of the year, right? 6 to 7 wins. Dead on target. Dead on target. I just did not expect it to come in this way. I didn't expect it to come in this form. I did not see the Saints popping off at the beginning of the year like they did and then dropping off the table. I did not see Dallas dropping off the table. I did not see the Atlanta Falcons going crazy. I saw a possible win over the Bears. I saw a possible win over the Raiders. I saw a possible win over the Bengals if we play Carolina Panthers football. Um, and we might have been in the running against the Chargers as well, within 10 points, had we played the Chargers respectively. I see something, y'all. I see something. In each one of these teams, I see something brewing that we can take advantage of. But we got to be able to take advantage of it. I warned y'all, watch out for the Eagles. The Eagles' turnover game is strong. And there are certain players that we should not underestimate. But if we play Carolina Panthers football throughout the rest of the year, we got a shot at 7 wins. 6 or 7 wins, like I first predicted. Just in a different way than I predicted it. The NFL's been weird the last 3 years. I'll say that. It's been really, really weird how these teams have been flip flopping the way they have. So when I start seeing some of this stuff, when I'm digging through the stats, I'm going, things that make you go, for 500, Alex. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so keeping that in mind, let's put that up on the tankathon. Because this is going to determine where we're going to be sitting at, right? Probably right here in between 10 and 15, like I first predicted. 10 and 15. Now, that's if you're going for a quarterback, say Shador Sanders or Cam Ward, say fill in the blank your favorite quarterback this year, that's not going to help you. Now, if we're looking for a defensive end, we're looking for a left tackle, we're looking for a guard, we're looking for a defensive tackle, we're looking for a linebacker, that puts you right exactly where you want to be. Because that's the nasty zone right there. That's where you got to start fighting some teams off to get what you want. They're hungry, man. They're going to be chewing off, they're going to be going for that bone. So you got to watch out. So let's say we know the Rams are going to drop off. We know the Bears are going to drop off. We know Dallas is going to drop off. We know Indy's going to drop off. Well, Indy with Joe Flacco. Indy with Joe Flacco. I'll have to do a little reconnaissance on Joe Flacco here. Let's do a little reconnaissance. How has Flacco been doing the last 3 weeks? 26 for 35, 272 yards, 2 touchdowns, but still 3 picks. 3 picks. That's what cost him the Bills game. Let's see what's going on in the Vikings game. Sam Darnold did his thing. He still threw 2 picks, though. But look at Joe Flacco against a really, really good pass rush of the Vikings. 16 for 27, 179 yards, and a pick. This is who Joe Flacco is under pressure this year. Under actual pressure. Pay attention to that. Texans. That's when AR was still in. So once Flacco got put in, you're still getting interceptions. But I mean, you're still in these competitions though. You're still in these games. Yeah, that's crazy. When AR beats you at Tennessee, that's when it's time to fire that coach. That's when it's time to fire that coach. Anthony Richardson beats you in Tennessee. It's time to fire your coach because you are trash. You are pure trash. Now, the Dolphins game. I mean that Dolphins game was without Tua. If Tua was in, Dolphins would have won that game. No question about it. Healthy Tua without a concussion. Oh yeah, give me Tua all day with the Dolphins against this garbage Colts team. That's where I'm at right now. The Titans are garbage. That's what I'm talking about. Titans are garbage. Colts are garbage. Colts even with Joe Flacco are still losing. They lost 3 straight here. The last time that AR was in, it was against the Texans, and then you had Flacco come in against the Vikings and Bills. Bro, no. Colts are going to be going quarterback. Colts are going to be going quarterback in this draft, y'all. Flacco is not going to want to stay in Indianapolis throwing 3 picks like that. In the situation that they're in. So, I mean, roadmap wise, after a possible 6 or 7 wins this year by our Carolina Panthers team, getting back on the train where they should be record wise, in my opinion. That's if we play consistent Carolina Panthers football throughout the rest of the year. We're going to be sitting in between 10 and 15 in the draft order. So again, a Miami team is going to drop off. A Jets team is going to drop off. Indianapolis is going to drop off. We might see Oh man, I want to say the Raiders have the best chance of moving up out of this list. The Raiders definitely. If the Saints get themselves back together, they have a big chance to move up. But I just don't see the rest of these teams moving anywhere. They're going to sit right where they are. Jets maybe with Aaron Rodgers, and that's maybe with a massive grain of salt moving up. But as I've seen them beat a couple of teams that they're not supposed to beat. New England, y'all have a chance, but I don't know. I don't know. But all of these teams are going to sit right where they are. We're going to stay right in between 10 and 15. Because I see the Rams dropping off, Chicago drops off, San Francisco drops off at some point. Um, Indy, Dallas, Miami. All those teams drop. And that pushes us up, you know, to, like I said, 10 to 15, where we sit comfortably. So my recommendation, uh, in the 10 to 15 range, should we manage to get our 6 to 7 wins, like I think we could get, uh, minimum of 5 at this point. We're back on track again. Minimum of 5. Um, I'd be tempted to target a defensive end. I'd be very, very tempted to target a defensive end because that's around the range that you expect to see defensive ends go. We'll get an A minus defensive end around that area, and that's a positive for us because we really, really need the pass rush help. That takes us out of the quarterback competition, of course. You know, uh, and we'll discuss that in a minute because that's going to be a whole elephant in the room conversation right there at the end of the year. That and the Miles Sanders conversation. We'll talk about that, and I'll present several doors for you, management, that you can go in. We'll have about 4 or 5 doors that you can go down with Bryce Young. And then Miles Sanders, it'll be 2 or 3 doors yourself, in that situation. But I'm just presenting options. I'm not telling you what I expect to happen. I'm telling you what I think will happen at this point. My opinions are subjective. Anybody can challenge them, anybody can discuss them, anybody can debate them. These are my opinions going into this stream. I'll repeat that again. These are my opinions of what I think could happen. I'm not solidified on any of this stuff, but I believe this is what could happen if we play Carolina Panthers football and we do what we've been doing the last 2 weeks. Um, so let's consider that Tampa Bay probably sits in this wild card area, the wild card losers area. Let's also consider Atlanta wins the division, supposedly. You know, so we're sitting right where we want to be, right in that 10 to 15 range, right just outside of it. You know what I'm saying? Like right where I thought we would sit. It depends on what a few other teams do. San Fran for one, you know. Cincinnati, we'll see what you do. You know, Raiders, we'll see what you do. Because they're usually sitting around the same area too, every year. Seattle, we'll take a look at you as well. We'll keep a close eye on that. Uh, we got a few teams that could stay, they could drop out of this wild card Wizards round area. We'll just see how this rolls. But I know Atlanta's going to move on. They're going to push themselves down. I'm pretty doggone confident of that. Chargers traditionally have moved up as well. Now, here's my question. Do you believe that Pittsburgh is a dark horse wild card team? Do you believe Pittsburgh is a wild card dark horse? Because I see Baltimore winning that division. It's going to be a rough battle between these two when they face off against each other. And I'm here for it. I want to watch that matchup because that's going to determine the face of that division right there, the future of that division. Let me see. Buffalo so far commands a weak NFC, AFC North. Um, KC's not losing. Detroit's not losing. Philadelphia's probably not losing. Washington isn't losing. So, I mean, and Minnesota's probably not losing. So, I mean, and Atlanta's not going to lose either. So, these are the teams I see as contenders right now. Real serious contenders. I see the Chargers as an outside in chance. I see that NFC West looks weak right now. I'm just being real with you. It looks weak. And and the reason I say that is Seattle hasn't really said, "Oh, I want this division." The Rams haven't really said, "Oh, I want this division." So Arizona's kind of taken it, you know, and not really wanted it either. So I don't know what's going on because San Fran's been looking rough too. All four of those teams look rough right now. So the NFC West looks a little rough. But one of them's got to win it. And if it happens to be San Fran, watch out. Because they still retain some of their weapons from last year. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That doesn't mean they can win a wild card matchup. That just means that don't sleep on them. They've got some talent still. Okay, so 10 to 15 on the Tankathon order. Now, we're going to take a look at the full order of what we've got. This is what we're doing with. Okay? We've got a 9, a 47, a 71, a 107, a 111, a 140, a 147, 162, 222, 233, and a 256. That's what we're doing with right now. Now, when we go digging through this mock draft, I'm going to show you what I think we should go for and where. I mean, it's way early, but these are the needs that I see us having right now. That I see as an opportunity for us to take advantage of. to start filling in our roster in this offseason. Now we got to make a few big decisions first. We're still doing with Bryce Young. We're still doing with Miles Sanders. You know, let's not let's keep it a buck. Those are the two big elephants in the room going into the offseason. Regardless of what our record looks like, we still got to deal with that. We still got to pay J.C. Horn. Okay, so hopefully by that point we have paid J.C. Horn. And shout out Marcus Cash, by the way, in chat. Appreciate you. But let's keep it a buck 50, man. Because this team could get 2 to 3 more wins. I'm seeing something here, man. I'm seeing something. And once we start moving down that board a little bit, these numbers will change a little bit. So just keep that in mind. But that's what we're doing with. Some people had us getting Nick Strutton, uh, Jadi Barron, and Xavier Watts. With 947 to 71. Now, I do believe that if there is a chance, can we play around with this? Do they have an option to just predict stuff? Do they have the playoff board up yet? Let me see. Playoff sheet, yeah. Uh, yeah, 2024 to 25 season, yeah. Let's PFN. I didn't know PFN had one. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so you can put in your scores if you want. I just want uh I want the ESPN one, I think. For now, we'll go to this one, I think. All right, so let's say okay. So we are going to week 12, correct? Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and pick our teams here. Let's see how this rolls. I want to see how this rolls. It is early enough to start jumping on this, and seeing what happens. All right, Vikings, Bucks over the Giants, Washington over Dallas. Uh, I'm gonna say Seattle upset. Seattle upset over the Cards. Let's see if I'm right about that. Kyler Murray's been getting under 250 yards lately, and it's kind of concerning if you're an Arizona fan right now. You're not really worried about the future of what the Cardinals are going to look like right now because you like Kyler Murray, he's just having a bad year. But you got to be concerned about the fact that he's getting Bryce Young type numbers. And it's like, yeah, in the last 2 weeks. So I see a possible upset here by Seattle. They've got a couple of pass rushers that could make some noise and make Kyler Murray's day really, really rough next week. or this week, right? Because it's Tuesday already. So, let's say that. Well, that's in Green Bay. This is North. This is November weather in Green Bay. Keep that in mind. Oh boy, I don't know. I don't know. That could go either way. I'll go ahead and say Green Bay for now. Just for kickers, that's a 50-50 right there. It just depends. If CMC goes off, man, CMC's still healthy, right? Let me double check. Because if CMC's healthy, that's yeah, he's still healthy. He's still healthy. But they're not feeding him the ball enough. They're going to Jennings here. 7 catches, 93 yards. But I mean, it's working. They beat the Buccaneers. So my whole thing is, you know what? I'm going Niners here, just for the heck of it. Uh, Eagles over the Rams, of course. Okay, let's say by some miracle we managed to pull this Chiefs game off. Let's call an upset here, and let's randomly say that we beat the Chiefs. It's not going to matter, down the road anyway. So, for the Chiefs, but it matters for us. Okay, so right now we're going to say the Lions win that game. Ravens, Broncos, Raiders are struggling right now. Uh, oh boy. New England has not been scoring enough points. I got to go with Dolphins there. Their backup in Miami is doing okay. Not great, but he's doing okay. Enough to fight, you know. Texans over the Titans. And let's say the Steelers over the Browns. Okay, let's progress. Week 13. We know we're losing that game against the Buccaneers. Saints, Vikings. I'm actually going to say Cowboys win that game over the Giants. Cowboys have enough firepower that they should win that game, even without Dak. Because Daniel Jones is garbage. We proved that this weekend. So yeah. Although this could be the weekend that the Giants do pull an upset in Dallas, and if that happens, woo Mike McCarthy is on the hot seat because that's not. Ooh. Let's just randomly say the Giants pull it off. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pull the trigger on this one. I'm gonna go ahead and say that's an upset right there. Let's go ahead and do it. I don't know what's gonna happen, but you never know. The NFL is wacky this year. Any given Sunday, right? In Dallas, any given Sunday. And if you're a Dallas fan right now, it's pretty much every Sunday for the past 4 weeks. But whatever, you know. Lions over the Bears. Let's say Bills, Ravens. Ravens have more firepower than the Eagles, although it's close. It'll come down to 10 points, but Ravens do have more firepower. Washington, Let's see, Seattle goes on a little bit of a run here. Atlanta over the Chargers. And let's say Green Bay over the Dolphins there. That's your in between games. So let's go over here. Broncos over the Browns. Browns continue to slide. Um, and at what point do you bench Deshaun Watson? At what point, if you're Cleveland, do you start to decide to bench Deshaun Watson? With that big contract, he has to play though. I don't know what you do if you're Cleveland there. Oof, that's just not a fun situation right there. Not fun at all. Plus your money situation too coming up. Yikes! But you did it to yourselves. You did it to yourselves. That's all I'm going to say. You put yourselves in that position. You can dig your way out. It's not going to be fun. uh, Texans over the Jags. Pittsburgh over Cincinnati. That Pittsburgh defense, man, that is going to give Joe Burrow fits. I'm telling you right now, it is going to give Joe Burrow fits. Let's see. Flacco's going to do just enough to win. That's a game that Flacco can win right there. Chiefs over the Raiders. There you go. And we're moving on to week 14. Now, as this thing gets crazier, it's a bigger train ride as you go along. These teams are going to want it more and more and more as it gets closer to wild card time. Who's hungry enough to win these games? I'm going to go ahead and say the Bears win that game in San Francisco. Just a hunch. I have a feeling. And this is the game that at home in Arizona, Kyler Murray actually finally redeems himself. Eagles beat the Panthers. They've got way more firepower. I'm sorry. It's just a fact. It's 14-0. 14-point advantage over us. Even playing Carolina Panthers football, that's taking everybody's talent into account. You know, everybody doing everything the way they're supposed to be doing it. Eagles just have more firepower. It's just a fact. You know, Saints over the Giants. I think this is where Derek Carr finally gets his uh, footing here. Is in New York. It'll take him a while, but he'll finally get his footing. And I'm gonna call it upset here over the Falcons with the Vikings. I'm gonna call that one now because I feel like the Vikings have a little bit more talent than Atlanta does right now, and I think they're going to show you that. Although you never know. That's a 50-50 game. That could come down to a field goal. But I do believe the Vikings have a slightly better offense than the Falcons do defense right now. We'll see, though. We'll see how that shakes out. I'm very interested in that game right there. That one's got my attention in week 14. Lions beat the Green Bay Packers for a sweep. Bengals beat Dallas. Bills beat the Rams. Buccaneers beat the Raiders. That's just going along the patterns that we know right now. Now, these upsets could happen, but this is the patterns that I see right now, as of right now. Chiefs win again against the Chargers. Chargers have been putting up enough points to actually challenge teams this year, but it's just not enough, you know. I'm gonna say Rodgers wins that one in Miami. That's one he can win. Pittsburgh, Jacksonville over the Titans. Titans are complete garbage. So we move on to week 15. This is where playoffs pushes start to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call it a win for us over Dallas. That puts us at 5-9. Now, at this point, we're fighting for third place. So, what happens with the Saints? They lose to Washington, right? We're still one game behind the Saints for third place here. This is just looking at it objectively. Based on what I know, Green Bay wins that one in Seattle, I think. San Fran over the Rams. Although you never know. Matthew Stafford might have a baller game. Who knows? But that's a game where Matthew Stafford could have a good game. San Fran is having some trouble lately. Uh, Falcons over the Raiders. Now this is the tough one right here because Philadelphia has enough of an offense to challenge that Pittsburgh defense, and vice versa. That's a really tough game to predict right there. I'm gonna say Eagles for now, I think, but I don't know. There's a lot of factors I don't know in that game that could happen. There could be some injuries before this point too, so that could factor in too. We'll just have to see how that rolls. Lions over the Bills, I think will happen. Cardinals, that's a game that Kyler could win. Patriots are struggling. Tampa over the Chargers. Baltimore over the Giants. Let's go over to the AFC. We've got the Colts and Broncos. I've got the Broncos. Chiefs over the Browns. And this is all to determine what our draft order will be at the end of this, right? You know, once we finish this, we'll know exactly where we're going to be sitting. You know, somewhere in within 2 to 3 picks of this range. So that's why I'm doing this. I think this is the game that Trevor Lawrence finally gets his act together here a little bit against the Jets. So let's say that happens. Bengals over the Titans. Texans over the Dolphins. And I mean, this is starting to become more and more clear, right? Week 16. I'm going to say we randomly get this win over the Cardinals. Let's say we get this win over the Cards. All right? Saints are on bye week. Keep that in mind. Saints are on bye week. So, oh no, they're not. They are not. They're playing the Green Bay Packers. Ooh, I gotta give that to the Packers. Okay. Buccaneers over the Cowboys. I think Washington's got more firepower than the Eagles do. They're gonna take the division right there. That's exactly where they're gonna take it. Falcons over the Giants. Lions over the Bears. Um, Dolphins are still struggling at that point. Rams get a win over the Jets. A random win that pushes them up that they don't need. You know, let's look at the Raiders over the Jags. Broncos over the Chargers. Bills over the Pats. Colts over the Titans with Joe Flacco leading the charge there. Baltimore wins in Baltimore in the second half of the year. I told you how dangerous Baltimore is in their home stadium in the second half of the year. That's the one place you do not want to play in during the second half of the year because Baltimore will shred the crap out of you, especially if they're playing this well in the first half. Oh, Lord. KC might be the only team that's not afraid of them right at this point to go into Baltimore. Even Pittsburgh's shaking a little bit. You know what I mean? that that's just how it is. That's how it is right now. I got that much respect for Baltimore right now that I think that that's going to be a very interesting year. You know, Pittsburgh will bring their best though. Make no mistake about it. They will bring everything in the kitchen sink and try to win that game. But Baltimore will get it. They've just got more weaponry. Plain and simple. That's what it's going to come down to. I got the Bengals beating the Browns. How about week? That's week 16. How about week 17? We're going to take that L to the Buccaneers, I think, in Tampa, unfortunately. Lions over the 49ers. Eagles over the Cowboys, again, with a sweep. Unless the Cowboys somehow pull some wins out of their butt here. But I just don't see it. Vikings over the Packers. Washington and Falcons. Now that's going to be a good divisional round game. Very good divisional round game right there. That's a divisional round preview game right there. They're going to face each other again. Now, whichever one of them doesn't win this game in this week 16 is going to win that divisional round. I mean, this is a heavyweight fight here, a light heavyweight fight between these two teams. I'll say light heavyweight fight if you're putting it in boxing terms. The heavyweight fight is KC and Baltimore. But, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, this could be a big, big game right here. Whoever doesn't win this thing will win it in the playoffs, and whoever wins in the playoffs will be facing Philadelphia for the NFC Championship game, I think. So, big game right here. Who y'all got? Washington or Atlanta? Because I don't know, man. I don't know. This is usually around the time you see some major injuries occur that could impact this game majorly. And it could be one major injury that could affect the entire game. Maybe it's a wide receiver, maybe it's a running back, maybe it's a major defensive key piece. I don't know. But I'm at that point where this is a big, big game right here. Make no mistake about it. December 25th. Pay attention to this game right here. Through the 30th. Um, I'm gonna say the Falcons win this one on the road, and then Washington is gonna pull it off in the playoffs when they face each other again. So it'll be Washington versus Philly in the NFC Championship game later, facing off against each other. But Philly's still got to get past Minnesota. So this is going to be real interesting when it comes down to playoff time. So just keep this matchup in mind here. Keep this game winner in mind here, because we're going to be seeing that again. Uh, I actually have the Rams winning this game because traditionally these teams have struggled late in the season, and it becomes a major battle of who doesn't want this division at that point. And San Francisco's going to be like, well, we'll take it. Screw it. We didn't really want it, but we'll take it. You know. All right, so let's say the Bears somehow pull this one off in Chicago against Seattle. Let's say that happens, just for the heck of it, because again, these NFC teams are not. I don't know what it is about them in the West. It's a weird situation out there in the West. Let's see. The Raiders win that one. Flacco and the Colts win against the Giants. Let's say that the Browns somehow pull off a miracle victory against the Dolphins in a garbage game there. Bills beat the Jets. Jags win again over the Titans for the second time. Chargers beat the Patriots. Let's say that the where's Cincinnati sitting at? Okay, 7-7. They're out of the race at this point. So if Denver somehow, oh wow, that's an interesting one, isn't it? This just got real interesting. The Broncos still has something to play for. They're trying to seal up the number 2 spot, or a playoff spot at this point. They're trying to seal it up. So I say they push hard and they get that win over the Bengals. Ravens over the Texans. And there's no shame in the Texans losing to Baltimore at this point in the season. There's no shame. Baltimore is just a strong, strong, competitive team. Now, this is going to be an interesting one, too. This is another opportunity for the Chiefs to lose a game because Pittsburgh's defense has been doing just enough to keep it to like a teenage score, against an offense like this. So this could get real interesting. Teams range. You know what I mean? It could be an 18 to 15 game. 18 to 14, my bad. 18 to 14. It could look like that at the end of that. 18 to 14. and the Chiefs just get just enough to win that game again. It's gonna piss people off, man. I'm telling you, especially Pittsburgh fans, because they're gonna think they have a shot at that game, and they really don't. They really don't because of the fourth quarter comebacks of the Chiefs. But it is what it is. All right, so here's Week 18. Let's go ahead and call us a winner in Week 18. That sits us at third place officially. Buccaneers get that win over the Saints. But here's the thing, Falcons are fighting for the division title. Ooh. Y'all see what I'm seeing right here? Y'all see what I'm seeing? So if these records go the way I think they will, then Atlanta will win this game and they will take the division. That's that's a must win right there for the Falcons in Atlanta. But if we beat them, think about this, man. Think about this. If we beat Atlanta in Atlanta, we catch them off guard. That's a wild card for Atlanta. Hmm. Hmm. That's kind of crazy, right? That's kind of crazy, y'all. I see something brewing right there. Ooh, tough game right there. Vikings and Lions. Let's see. Vikings and Lions battling it out for the division lead right here. Okay, so let's see. Let's say the Vikings win that game. Okay. Lions have the tiebreaker. Got it. Got it. Okay. They're both going to the playoffs either way, I think. Mm-hmm. Yep. So that's going to be in Detroit. That's going to be a big game for Detroit right there to seal up the division. I say they get it. I say they get it over the Vikings in a surprise upset in Week 18. I'm going to go ahead and go that direction. I'm going to go ahead and go that direction, y'all. I say it happens. And let's say we magically get this upset over the Falcons. The Buccaneers would control the division by a game. But we're still up 2 games over the Saints. If we lose that game, we're up only 1 game over the Saints for third place. I want y'all to keep that in mind. 6 to 7 wins. This is exactly where I had us sitting at. I told y'all. I told y'all at the beginning of the year, 6 to 7 wins. Did I not? I'm dead on target again. I don't know how I'm doing it, but it's anybody's guess how I'm able to pull that off that early and get this record predictions right. But hey, again, I did say 10 wins, up to 10 wins last year, and we ended up doing 2. So, to be fair, I could be wrong, folks. I could be dead wrong sometimes. But I did not count on Frank Wright being a clown. So, it is what it is. Uh, Niners and Cardinals. Hmm. Arizona needs this game to be taken seriously, but they're not going to get it. San Fran. Uh, Seattle and the Rams fighting for third place. Oh man, I gotta say Rams take that one. Yep, and secure third place. Okay. Uh, Chargers at Raiders. Chargers are clearly better. They've proven that several times. Chiefs are better than the Broncos. Let's be real here. But it would be interesting to see a Denver upset, though. It would be interesting under Sean Payton. Do they have the firepower, though, to pull off that fourth quarter upset? I don't know, though. I don't know. Maybe? Maybe? By some strange miracle, they pull it off? Maybe? Because KC starts putting in their subs? But KC's second and third stringers are just as dangerous as Denver's first starters. So I don't know. I don't know. That could go really either way. I'll say Denver with the upset. I'll go ahead and say Denver with the upset. They've already made it into the playoffs. They're just trying to fight for that fifth seed. Really. Texans over the Titans. Titans are garbage. Titans go 2 wins. They replace us at 2 wins. I'm saying it right now. Flacco does enough to win that Jaguars game and get into the playoffs. But the Jags could play spoiler here. Jags could play spoiler. I don't see it happening. Pittsburgh is better than both the Bengals at this point. They've got more weaponry on defense. So let's say Baltimore beats the Browns. Bills win against the Pats. Then you've got the Dolphins randomly winning one against the Jets at the end of the year. Who knows, right? All right, so now you're looking at the wild card round. We are sitting at number 13 overall. Number 13, ladies and gentlemen. Right where I said we'd be. 10 to 15 range. Right smack dab in the middle of it. And look at this, number 11. We're not that far off. We're not that far off, guys. We're outside looking in with 7 wins at the end of the year. Maybe 6. Perhaps we get 6. And the Cardinals pull one off on us. But 6 to 7 wins, right where I thought we would be. Now, we'll go ahead and finish this out. Why not? But the point of this was to figure out what draft pick we would get, right? 13th overall. 13th overall. We can do a lot with the 13th pick. That means probably a defensive end. I'm looking towards a defensive end or a linebacker at 13. A lot of people have us getting a defensive end, and I think they might be right. But we'll see what's on the radar, though. Once we start really digging into the scouting of these players, that are on the draft boards and stuff like that and on the mock boards, we'll see what we have in store for us. It's hard to tell the future, but you never know. Steelers win over the Texans. Let's say the The Bills win that game. Ravens win that game. Okay. We'll go over here. Now remember who I said won the first matchup between these two. I said it was the Falcons, right? Now I'm saying Washington. Because whoever doesn't win the first one in week 16 is going to win this one. And it's going to be Washington. Eagles have slightly less firepower than the Buccaneers, but it could go either way. That could go either way. That's in Tampa, though. I'm going to say Baker goes off in the playoffs. I'm going to say that. Yep. Baker goes off in the playoffs. He pops off. Vikings. Next. Ravens, Bills. Ravens, easily. Chiefs, easily. That's easy. Washington beats the Buccaneers. Now this one is the challenge right here. Lions versus Vikings. Now the Lions got so close last year. They got so close. Could this finally be the one? Could this finally be the one that puts them in the NFC Championship game? Again. Could it be? Ah, man, that's tough. But look at that Lions record, though. Look at that Lions record. 15-1, 6-0. Ooh. Wow. I think either way, these two are destined to face each other in the playoffs. I see it coming. I see this coming, man. I see these two facing off against each other soon. You know? Although we'll see with the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers have been streaky, so we'll see. I'm going to go ahead and say Vikings. But the Lions come so doggone close again. Look at that. Now, we got Super Bowl game. We got conference championship right here to determine the Super Bowl winner. I got your boy. Neither one of these teams have been in the Super Bowl before. Washington's got grit. Washington's got so much grit. I got Washington in the Super Bowl. Now, could this be the game that determines the winner of the Super Bowl right here? Could this be the game? Ravens have a lot of grit and a lot of firepower, but KC is KC. And again, this could be the second time for these guys meeting each other. I know it's destined. This is the one that matters. The first game they faced each other, that didn't count towards anything other than just their overall records. This one is the one that matters. And this is the one where Baltimore had 10 points in that fourth quarter against KC. Remember when I said that earlier? Remember when I said that earlier? This is where it's going to come into play. If Baltimore can get more than 10 points in that fourth quarter against KC in the AFC Championship game, they could win. They could take this thing to overtime and they could possibly win. That's wow, that's an interesting game. I cannot wait to react to that later on down the road. I cannot wait. Oh, that's gonna be delicious. That's gonna be some content right there. That's gonna be some serious content. And I'm here for it. Even if it's not our Panthers, it's still some serious football content. I'm 100% here for it. Let's say Baltimore wins this game, man. Let's see. Nah. Nah, I gotta go safe round here. I gotta go safe. And Chiefs win. There you go. And the Chiefs win. But this is where I see us landing is at number 11 overall. You know, on the seeding chart and number 13 pick for the 2025 draft is your Carolina Panthers. Now remember, when we drafted with Scott Fitterer, we were number 12 the last time he was GM. Now we have Dan Morgan, and we're sitting at number 13. Think about the damage we can do at 13. This is something serious, y'all. I'm going to leave this up on the screen for a second. I'm going to let y'all think about this for a second. Number 13 overall. Now, what if the Rams were to hold up. This is where you're gonna start getting into hypotheticals, okay? What if the Saints start figuring it out? If the Saints start figuring it out, we're sitting at 12. That's the one team I could see getting their act together out of this whole group ahead of us. Maybe the Bears, maybe, but I doubt it. But remember, who screwed us out of that Brian Burns trade? Chicago, right? The DJ Moore trade, my bad. DJ Moore trade. Remember, the Bears screwed us out of that DJ Moore trade. So they're going to be looking to take advantage of whatever they think that we might be going for at 13. Oh boy. There's trouble in paradise right there. There's trouble in paradise right there. Look who's ahead of us. Look who's ahead of us, man. So now my question to you is this. Say we should happen to win the games that I think that we're going to win and get up to a 7-10 record. Saving Dave Canales' job, saving Dan Morgan's job. Is it worth winning this Arizona game? Knowing that we have the Bears in front of us at number 12. Knowing that that might be a possibility. I don't like it, y'all. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I don't like it one bit. Knowing what's right on top of us on that draft board. I don't like that. How y'all feeling about that? If that if that should happen to come out the way I think it will, how do y'all feel about that? Because the Bears could steal somebody, man. The Bears could steal somebody defensively from us. I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. What week do we play the Cardinals at? What week is that? And I mean, this is just if we should happen to sneak one out against the Chiefs. Let's just say we do. You know, let's say we are the one team, one or two teams that give them an L this year. Let's say that randomly happens. That's where we're sitting at is number 13 overall. With a win over Dallas, with a win over Philly, you know, I mean, with a win over the Cards. All right, so week 16. Week 16. Gotcha. Week 16. Let's change that up. Where are we at? Number 11. Okay, that's doable. That's doable. That is doable. Of course, the Saints could steal from us at that point. And the Saints are hungry right now. They're looking for players. Ooh. Hmm. All right. Oh, it erased all those. Okay. The week 11 picks need to go in. Okay, week 11 picks need to go in. My bad, my bad, my bad. All right, let's go ahead and get those then. Let's go ahead and get those. Washington over the Eagles. Actually, no, I'm going to go Eagles on this one. Let's say the Bears win that one. And Green Bay, just randomly. Let's say Seattle wins that. Vikings, Browns over the Saints. Rams over the Patriots. Lions over the Jags. Falcons over the Broncos. Cowboys over the Texans. Colts over the Jets. KC over Buffalo. Let's see a random upset by the Bengals over the Chargers in LA. Baltimore beats Pittsburgh. Playoff. That's a possible playoff game right there later on. And Raiders. Okay. So at that point, we're sitting at 11. We're sitting at 11. If we win over the Cards, then we're sitting at 12. I like that. I like that area right there. Yep. 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 Seahawks are not going to steal from us. Raiders are not going to steal from us. Saints will. But that's, a few picks up, and we could do something about that. You know what I mean? We can do something about that. If we feel that the Saints are about to steal a pick from us, we can get on the phone with the Dolphins and Jaguars and move up. You know, if we feel like they're going to take somebody from us, we can do that. The option is there. I just don't want the Saints stealing from us, man. That's not no. Falcons already got two Clemson players from us, so I don't like the idea of that. I don't know about you guys, but I don't like that. And let's say the Chiefs actually do beat us. Okay, so we're sitting at 11. In any one of these scenarios, no matter what you're doing with the Chiefs or the Cardinals games, you're still sitting in between 10 and 15, as I said before. Um, a loss to the Chiefs just brings the Saints closer to us, and I don't like that. I don't like either one of those scenarios with the Saints. That's mm-hmm. In either scenario, we're still ahead of the Bears, which is good. Um, so in my honest opinion, I don't know whether you want that win over the Chiefs or not. I don't know whether you want that win over the Cardinals or not at this point. I say let's just play it as let's play it by ear because a lot of things could change on this board too. So my whole thing is I don't know. I don't know. That's again. Let's keep in mind we don't play Carolina Panthers football all year long though. But I want to see us start doing it. And if we do, this is where we end up. Plain and simple. If we don't play Carolina Panthers football against the Arizona Cardinals, we will get blown out. If we don't play Carolina Panthers football against the Kansas City Chiefs, we will get blown out. And we'll be the only team this year to get blown out by the Chiefs on their schedule, which is not a good thing. I don't want that, do you? If we don't play Carolina Panthers football against the Dallas Cowboys, they could beat us. Tread carefully. That's all I'm going to say. Tread carefully in these last games. We are officially at week 11 now. Mid-season, a lot of interesting things can happen. We're gonna find out. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm gonna tell you this: no matter what scenario we end up in, it's between 10 and 15. If we get either the sixth or the seventh win, um, but I say bare minimum of 5. Okay, let's rewind a little bit. Let's see what happens if we drop down to 5 wins and not play Carolina Panthers football for 1 week, which we have had a tendency to do. You know, week 15. How about if we lose to Dallas? Let's see what happens if we lose to Dallas. Top 10 pick. Top 10 pick, ladies and gentlemen. Right behind the Saints. Ooh. So if the Saints win one, who are we doing with it? The Raiders? Hmm. If the Saints win one, we're sitting there with the Jaguars to contend with on the draft board, which is defensively, I think we should be okay. But if we are trying to get an offensive player, that could be a problem because the Jaguars are hunting offensive players right now for Trevor Lawrence. They're going to try to give Trevor one more shot, next year before his contract year. So my whole thing is like they'll probably load up on offensive players, maybe offensive lineman, maybe a tackle, maybe a guard. Who knows? But I think if they're going for a tackle, that's a problem for us because we need a left tackle. That's a big problem for us if we're hunting a tackle in the top 10. And I'm trying to tell you, if we're hunting a defensive end, the Saints are a problem. You see what I'm saying? This is we're getting down to the crunch time here, man. And I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know who you want as a problem first. I don't know which one of these teams you want as a problem right now. It depends on what you're hunting. If you're hunting a defensive end, the Saints are the biggest problem for you because the Saints have been known to steal players from us, defensive players in drafts. Uh, the Jaguars will be going for offensive linemen. This could get real interesting very, very quickly. It all depends on what you want to do. If we see a linebacker such as a Luke Kuechly type, which I doubt we'll see a Luke Kuechly type, but I don't think this draft class has that type of player in it. Then I think yeah, a ninth pick could get us that for sure. It could, but it also couldn't, you know, because let me kind of take you down this list here. And shout out 901 Sports News. How you doing? Because the Titans are going to be looking quarterback. They're going to pick the wrong one. Patriots are going to be looking quarterback. They're going to possibly go for Cam Ward. That's the word right now. You know, among Patriots fans right now, but who knows what the management will be looking at around draft time. Giants may or may not be looking for a quarterback, as they'll probably stick with Daniel Jones, who is completely garbage. Uh, the Jets may or may not be moving on from Aaron Rodgers. I doubt they move on from Aaron Rodgers. So they'll be looking for something else. Maybe a wide receiver for Rodgers because the offense is big garbage in New York. The Browns are pretty much stuck with Deshaun Watson. No matter what they do, they're stuck with Deshaun Watson. So I don't think they look quarterback. I think they look possibly defensive with that number 5 pick. Dolphins. Dolphins are going to be needing some help because Tua is down with a concussion again this year. So will they be looking for a quarterback? Who knows? That one's kind of a huge question mark. Um, could be anything. Dolphins need everything right now. Jaguars. Defensive pick or a weapon for Deshaun Watson. Or a weapon for Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville at wide receiver. That's what I'm thinking could happen. Those are the two possibilities I see. But who knows? Jags are the Jags lately, so they've been killing it in draft boards lately, so who knows? Saints. Defensive end. I think they like Derek Carr in New Orleans. I think they go defensive with that pick. Um, we are going to be hunting a left tackle, a defensive end, possibly a quarterback, um, and maybe a linebacker are the 4 possible positions that we might be hunting with a pick anywhere between 9 and 15. It depends on what we decide to do with the rest of the season, where our draft pick ends up. This is just me doing predictions and me looking at where I think everybody might land. I could be totally wrong about a few of these, because it's any given Sunday. Anything can happen. But this is what I think could happen. And I don't know which one you want to battle with here. Do you want to battle with the Jaguars or do you want to battle with the Saints for a draft pick? Because either one, it depends on what we're hunting. I do see a win over the Cowboys. I do see that happen. So I'm going to go ahead and say that we get that win over the Cowboys, which puts us out of the top 10 hunt. And that's fine. That's fine. Number 11 is fine. Because that means that takes us away from these two teams that could possibly snag somebody from us. And we do also have the option of trading up, getting on the phone with maybe the Dolphins, or the Cowboys if we think one of these two teams might snag somebody from us at some point down the line. I don't think we go further up than that. Or we trade down. And being that everybody has a number 1 pick, there's no discrepancies here where people have another first round pick this time around. we'll probably just be trading down for trading places in the first round and just picking up some extra draft picks later on. That's what would happen there. But yeah, I do see a win over the Cowboys. I see that happening for the first time since 2015. It's going to feel good. It's going to feel great. I'm looking forward to it. But my question is, if we can somehow get that win over the Cards, is it worth it? You know, is this win right here worth it? Because, oh man, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. And the Saints could somehow randomly turn it on too, and somehow find their game again. With all those players healthy again and balling out again. So that could also be a possibility. The Saints could get right back in the competition again for a wild card. So who knows? I At this point it's anybody's guess. The way I see it is, let's just play Carolina Panthers football and let's just see what happens. Like I said, whatever pick we get is whatever pick we get, and we go from there. But we know what positions we're hunting for, um, and that's the main thing. That's that's the goal here. So let's just randomly say we somehow managed to find a way to beat the Chiefs in that fourth round, in that fourth quarter. Let's say we find a way to do this, and we get more than 10 points. In that fourth quarter. That's the key to beating the Chiefs. Find a way to get more than 10 points because the Baltimore Ravens couldn't even do it. Baltimore and Tampa came the closest. Those two teams came the closest, and Tampa actually went to overtime with them. And I guarantee you, if Tampa wins that coin toss in overtime, they win that game. They have a very, very strong chance of winning that game in overtime. Not happening, man. Not gonna lie. I mean, I just have a weird feeling about this game. If we have 2 weeks to prepare for this game, and if we play Carolina Panthers football like we're supposed to be playing, like we have the last 2 weeks, we could definitely last 3 quarters with KC. They're not putting up many points. They're playing down to their competition every single week. So if we can find ways to break through that KC defense in the fourth quarter, that's the key. If we find a way to do that, that's our opening. I'm telling you, I feel it. I feel it in my bones. If you find a way to break through that KC defense in the fourth quarter, that's it. Play with them, get the lead, going into the fourth, and then beat that defense. Find a way to out stamina that KC defense. Find the holes. And don't play prevent defense or zone defense in the fourth quarter for us. That's the two keys, man. While playing, our brand of football and not making mistakes. Because last week we did not make mistakes. We did not turn the ball over. We played it safe. We held on to the ball. We didn't throw picks. We didn't do any of that stupid crap that we've been doing the past few weeks. And KC's defense will try everything in the doggone world to make sure that happens. We got to make sure it doesn't. Because if it does, we lose by 10. I'm saying it now, we lose by 10. We have a major opportunity here. We do not want to waste it. We have 2 weeks to prepare for them. 2 weeks to prepare for that defense. If we come out and we play cardiac cat's ball, we get blown out. Plain and simple, we get blown out. Every major team has played them to within 10 points. Every major team. And then that defense closes it out and finishes. And that's been the message of Dave Canales is finish. And now I'm starting to see why he said that. Because after looking at KC, maybe he has seen the same thing I did weeks ago. Because now I'm starting to see it. I'm starting to understand why that message is so important now. I didn't see it before, but now I do. Clear as a whistle. Clear as a bell, y'all. Clear as a bell. We got to finish in Charlotte against the Chiefs if we want to win that game. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. And I'm telling you, we could be one of the 2 or 3 teams that hand KC a loss this year. It could happen. Any team can be beaten. That's a fact. 901. That's a fact. I do believe I found their Achilles heel. I do believe I found it. I do believe I found it, ladies and gentlemen. But we got to take advantage. The problem with this logic is Tampa Bay is better than us. The Ravens are better than us. They've got more talent than us. But again, as I said, KC plays down to their competition. So, the door is cracked. And I don't know whether we want this win or not for the draft order. What do y'all think? Do y'all think that we need this win for the draft order or no? This L for the draft order to put us in the top 10? How would y'all feel about that? Are you okay with 10 to 15 range? Rather than top 10? Is that okay with you? Because we're not going past 13. I can guarantee you, no matter what situation we run into, we're not going past 13. That's just simply not happening. I'm going to go ahead and confidently say that. So, a top 15 pick could look like a defensive end. It could look like A minus left tackle. It could look like a B an A minus linebacker. It could look like an A grade defensive end. It could look like any one of those things. Since we're out of the quarterback sweepstakes down that low with 6 to 7 wins, playing Carolina Panthers football. So my question to the management is this: what are you hunting for in March and April? What are you hunting for? What is going to be the top 3 positions on your board going into April when you start having those discussions? Since Dan Morgan likes to do positional drafting, that's what's going to matter. It's going to come down to that because whatever those top 3 positions look like, that's what we're going to be battling. These teams are going to be what we are facing up against, for better or for worse. And I guarantee you, we will make the most of it because Dan Morgan is a drafting genius. Because we just had a great offseason and picked up the very foundation of the next 3 to 4 years that we're going to be doing this. Now we got to start building the walls of the house. We got to start filtering out the water, clean out the pipes of the sewage system. If you're building a house, you know what I mean? This is where we start cleaning this stuff out, man. And we start building and putting in the foundation and getting our hands dirty. This is critical. We cannot get this wrong in this offseason. I'm going to say that again. This is critical. We cannot get these picks wrong because this is going to affect us for the next 3 to 4 years and possibly get this management fired if we get it wrong. We either sink or we swim based on this offseason coming up. Now, a couple more moves I would like to see us make in this coming offseason. And that's before we get into the Bryce Young and Miles Sanders conversations. I'm saving that for last because this is going to be a monster conversation to have with both of them, on both of those players. But right now, these are moves that I would like to see us make. Going into the start of that offseason. First of all, J.C. Horn should be re-signed by that point to a new contract. Incentive-based contract based on the fact that we want him on the field as healthy as he can be, and the more healthy you can be, the more you get paid. That's what I want to see. I want to see that happen. Make it an incentive-based contract. Get that done, management. Now, other moves I would like to see us make. And it depends on the free agent market. It depends on who drops who. Um, the Saints might be having a fire sale. Keep an eye on that. They're running out of money. They don't have any money to pay these people with. San Francisco might be having a fire sale. The Raiders might be having a fire sale of players. So these are all things that we need to pay attention to big time. And whatever team gets into the Super Bowl and doesn't win it will be having a fire sale of players. So, moves I would like to see us make. First of all, we need to put money into a safety in free agency. Once free agency opens up, toss Xavier Woods in a trade package and let's put some serious money into safety. Because I'm not happy with what we've got right now. I'm not happy with Woods. And I want to see his contract. Hold on. Let me see his contract. Yeah, dude, we're paying this dude $15 million for this type of production. Yikes. And we're paying him 7.7 right now. If you cut him before June 1st, we're eating a dead cap of 3.2. If you cut him after that point, you're eating a dead cap of 4.5 million. I want him in a package deal. That's what I want. We'd probably have to re-sign him in order to do that. You know what? Just cut him. Just cut him. We had our we had our chance to trade him in a package deal before the trade deadline, and nobody would have taken him by himself. So you know what? Toss him at the end of the year. We'll eat that. We'll eat that 3.2 in dead cap. That's fine. Um, it's not even that much, to be honest, compared to how much dead cap we have right now going into that. Another one says the happiness. Appreciate it, man. Oh yeah, we try to bring as much joy and happiness into this as we can, while still being realistic. You know what I mean? Yeah. So 1.9 in dead money. 1.9 in dead money going into this next year with the Carolina Panthers. We're middle of the pack there. Um, so essentially, we have put in $258.4 million into the offense. Uh, oh, into total cap liabilities. That's what it is. Okay. So 114.4 into the offense, 70.4 into the defense, $6.4 million into the special teams. That's what we're looking at right now. Going into 2025, what do those numbers look like then? $133.6 million into the offense, $103.6 million into the defense, and 951K in special teams. K meaning 1,000 for people that don't know. So team cap space as of currently $1.4 million. As of next year, start of next fiscal year, you're looking at $33.6 million. Minus JC Horn's extension, minus the rookie contracts, minus any other re-signings that we might want to do. Plus whoever we cut. You know. And essentially how this works, if people are not familiar, you need about $10 million for rookie money. You need about six to $8 million, for the regular season for injuries, little moves that you have to make, such as moving people up and down the practice squad to the 53, and little signings that you have to make for a couple $1 million, for injury's sake, you know, during regular season. So it's normal operations. The rest of that goes into re-signings in that order, and then free agency. So whatever's left is free agency. And you can also restructure players. We've already restructured Taylor Moton, although I wish we had restructured him a lot more than that. $31.3 million? Good God. I don't, I'm still not happy with that, but it is what it is. But, yeah. Again, as I pointed out, a lot of these teams have a lot of money and they're not spending it to make their teams better. So we could see a lot of action from a few of these teams in free agency at the end of the year. As far as which teams, probably the Cowboys. Possibly the Lions might get in on that. The Commanders will get in on that. Um, you might see some action from the Eagles. We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. That is a lot of cap space in 2025 for the New England Patriots. My God. 130.7? Of course, the new sliding NFL cap space limit has not been set yet. So we don't know what that's going to look like. But what we do know is, the 33.6 looks real good for us. We can do a lot of damage with that. Now, the question is, what do you want to do with it? Once you hit free agency, once you hit the market, once we get to that point, we are going to be resetting this whole defensive line, minus Derek Brown and minus Trevin Wallace and Josie Jewell. DJ Wonnum could stay for now too. And that's why I was putting so much emphasis on Clowney. If he is being doubled up in games, then that only proves that Clowney has the skills. He just needs some help on the other side. Alshon Robinson could be the answer, but nah, not against bigger teams. I'm thinking not against bigger teams. We'll see how he does against KC. This is the biggest test you're going to get, is against the best of the best. The best of the best of the best, sir. I'm just kidding. Men in Black reference there, but I had to do it. But yeah, other than that, I see the rest of these guys kind of hitting the road on this D line. I'm not feeling it. You need guys that can solo tackle. We'll probably keep about 2 or 3 of them because they're just on contract anyway. But I think it's time to start filtering the water here. I really, really do. This is where you really, really begin. And we have a lot of 4th and 5th round picks, so we can push 4th and 5th rounds for replacements. They'll be learning behind guys like Alshon Robinson, Shy Tuttle, Brian Ray, but they'll be eventually your replacements. And Trevin Wallace. But we know what we have. We know what we want to do with it. We know that this is what we want. Robert Woods, I want top 5 money paid for a top 5 safety. Let's get rid of Woods. Let him walk. Let Woods walk. I'm telling you this right now. Let him walk. If I don't see some serious improvement from Woods in the next 5 games, I say let him walk. He's had plenty of time. He's had half a season. Show me something in 5 games, or you're walking. Get your walking papers ready. Clean out your locker and get get your jackets and stuff. Get yourself ready to go because you walking. We're gonna put you on a plane somewhere else. Shy Tuttle. Shy Tuttle's been here long enough too. I need to see some improvement from you. No offense to these players, man. No offense, but it's time to start cleaning the water, man. It is. Nothing personal. I love all of you, and I wish you the best. You know what I mean? But when it comes time to clean house, it's time to clean house. You know what I'm saying? We dusting out the cobwebs. It's time to dust out those cobwebs. All right, so that's what I see happening right there. All right, so offensively, Ian Thomas, it's time to let you walk. Put him in the Miles Sanders trade. Let's get him out of here. I love you, Ian, but you've had long enough. I love you, dude, but you honestly have had long enough. It's time to go. It's time to go, brother. You're gonna find something else somewhere else. Chandler Wallet, you had your chance. It's time for you to go too. Nothing against Icky and the fact that those two have played together. That's cool and all, but time to stop doing the buddy buddy thing. If these guys are not going to pan out, then they need to go. Icky, you become a poor man's Cameron Irving. I want Brady Christensen starting over at left tackle for the rest of the year. Period. Period. If we need help somewhere else, yes, you can jump in for a few quarters. That's fine. But I don't want you in for a whole game. You will ruin it. Uh, Games like Dallas, no. Brady Christensen needs to start at left tackle. Period. Point blank. Period. I'm done playing games with that left tackle position. Y'all should be done playing games with it too. Let's stop playing Jumanji over here with the tackle position, man, because this is getting ridiculous. We got them wild elephants coming up in here, man, with Icky and Chandler Zavala, man, and giraffes and all kinds of wild hunters and stuff like that. Man, stop this. Stop playing games with left tackle, please. And Dave Canales 2 weeks ago stopped playing games with left tackle and he put Brady Christensen over there. He got serious with left tackle. And I said, thank the Lord. Finally. Thank the Lord. After 9 years, y'all finally decided to get serious about left tackle. Oh, praise the good Lord on that one. Praise the good Lord on that one. Oh, I'm so happy, man. I'm so happy. Thank you for listening to me, man. If you were listening to me when you heard me say that, when you wanted me to say do what's best for this team, you know, or whatever all these other podcasters wanted me to say, nah. I don't care what y'all want me to say. I'm gonna tell you what I think is the best thing for this team. And Brady Christensen is it at left tackle. Y'all can hate me all you want for that opinion. Y'all can hate on me all you want for that opinion, but look at the results of the last 2 weeks. Look at Bryce Young's confidence. Never mind his numbers. Never mind what score on the scoreboard. Look at this man's confidence. Look at the smile on his face. Look at the trust he has in that line. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. That's what happens when you stop playing around and you get serious with that left tackle position. Now, Cade Mays just happened to work, man. Cade Cade Mays just happened to be a better center than a guard. And you found your winner right there. Because originally Cade Mays was a guard first. But that's all right. Hey, if Cade Mays fits better at center in the NFL, who am I to argue? Who am I to argue with that? If it works, it works. Don't argue with it. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to tell you. So my whole thing is like I'm seeing opportunities here, guys. I'm seeing chances to build a foundation with this offensive line. And now we can start putting up some walls. You know what I'm saying? So let's move on from Yash. Let's move on from Chandler Zavala. Let's move on from Jarrett Kingston because we don't know much about him. You know? And I also want to see us either draft a tight end or sign a tight end. You can sign a tight end this year. And that'd be all right. Uh, to replace Felipe Franks and just get him out of here, man. Because he doesn't belong in a 53 man roster. He just doesn't. I'm sorry, he doesn't. I don't I don't know why people keep arguing for him to stay there, but eh, I'm here to hear people's arguments and discussions, but I'm not. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. What do y'all see in Felipe Franks that I don't? I mean, if Felipe starts balling out, then by all means, ball out. But I'd love to see it happen. But for now, I don't see it. All right, so our running game looks great. Um, we'll have to do something with Miles Sanders. Blackshear is staying, so it's either Miles Sanders or Brooks. One of the two. So here's what I recommend we do for the rest of the year. Test out Brooks. As soon as he is physically able, 100% to hit that field, test him for as many games as possible. Miles is hurt. We get our shot with Brooks. Now let's test him. Um, and let's see what happens. Be careful with him. Treat him like glass for this game coming up against New KC. Um, honestly, they're probably going to try to hurt him. I would honestly like to see Blackshear getting some reps in the KC game. Split that up 25-25 between Brooks and Blackshear in the KC game. That's what I'd like to see happen. I don't care how many people complain about that because this is the right thing to do. Straight up, this is the right thing to do. You've got to protect your man. You spent all that time and all that effort moving around picks and doing all the stuff you did for Brooks in the draft. Let's protect him. Let's make sure he doesn't get any more injuries, please. Thank you. Please and thank you. And, since it's early enough in this stream, I just want to say to any people in the management or the parents of the players or the players themselves, thank you for listening and hearing me out. Thank you for hearing my team out, that has been on these streams, that is offering solutions to you, you know, as options for you. Thank you so much, man. It just means the world to me. as a Panthers fan. Like, I'm just one man behind the camera and a mic. Anybody can do this. But I believe that the the things that I'm saying are backed up by facts, eye tests, you know, and valuable information that we have, you know, that was given to us. And I believe that they can be very valuable opinions to you. You know, so thank you for giving us a chance. Thank you for hearing us. You know, whether you use this information or not, management and players and parents of players, thank you so much for hearing us and letting us be your voice. You know, letting us be the voice of this fan base, even just for a little bit, even if it's just for a few minutes. You know, to where you take one of our ideas and you consider it. I want to say thank you for that because that is massive, dude. That's huge. And it's not about us being right or wrong when we offer these solutions to you. It's about improving this franchise, no matter what that looks like, you know, in a positive way. And I want this team to win just as badly as you guys do. My team does too. My whole crew does. And we want to say thank you so very much, sincerely, from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you for listening and hearing us. It means everything to me. That's one of the missions I set out. That's one of the goals I set out to achieve with this channel was to have you guys hear us and even just use one of our ideas. Whether we get credit for it or not doesn't matter to me. I could care less. It's the ideas, you know, use them. Use our opinions. Use our suggestions, I beg you. Because I guarantee you, you're going to get something useful out of it. I guarantee you, you're going to do something positive and productive with it. You know, and just like anybody else, I'm a human. I could be wrong. I can be off. I could be misread. You know, misreading some situations. And if I am, please do help me learn from it. Help correct me so that I can learn from it and I can get better information next time. You know, if you know something we don't, you know, that you can publicly state, let us know. You know, we're always willing to learn. We're always willing to listen. So please do so. You know, with kindness. You know, we're always looking for something to learn. If we disagree, we disagree. It's going to happen. You know, but we we will do so respectfully. You know, and with all the love in the world. All right, so that being this case, now that I have said that, now we're getting to the elephants in the room. Miles Sanders. We'll start with Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders, I would like to see a trade package with him and Ian Thomas in it. Make that happen, please. Because at the end of the year, Miles Sanders and Ian Thomas together would be an excellent trade package. Let me see, Miles Sanders. There he is. There he is. There he is. Yeah, trade package, please, because we really don't want to have to pay $8.1 million. We really don't want to have to pay the $6.9 million for 25 and 26. Please, can we get a trade package? Please? Please? Please, I would like to see that happen. We could get something nice out of it, man. I see something there, man. I do. Um, Now, Bryce Young, we are pretty much fattening up the cow. That's essentially what we're doing. We're fattening up the cow for slaughter. Either he's going to succeed and he's going to be useful for us, he's going to provide some dairy, or we're fattening him up for slaughter. One of the two. Either way, we're building up his value. One way or the other, we're building up his value. And I know that's a terrible analogy, and I'm sorry. Bryce, you're not a cow. I love you, man. You're not a cow. But my whole thing is, you get my point, though. We're building him up to either keep him here or trade him. That's the whole thing. Which one are we doing? Um, I at this point, we'll see how he does against maybe Dallas and Philadelphia. Mm, Dallas and Tampa. Dallas and Tampa. We'll see how he does against Dallas and Tampa, and then we'll try to push a decision after that. At the end of the year. Let him go toe to toe with Tampa Bay twice. And Dallas and Arizona, and we'll see what we want to do after that point. Those are the games I want to see. Can he take that next step forward? Can he face that type of competition and start playing more confidently with the same starting five on the offensive line that we had in the last two games? Can he up his game? Can he start hitting these passes more accurately? Can he get better reads? And wide receivers, I need y'all to get better separation. You started to do that against the Giants, and I'm very, very happy with that. So now I need you to do that on a more consistent basis throughout the rest of the year. Now that you've shown me you could do that against the Giants, now you can do that for the rest of the year. Wide receivers, please help your boy out at quarterback. Help your boy out. Whether you like him or not, he's our quarterback right now. If you're a wide receiver. So help your boy out. Get him some separation. Because either way, we're either getting his value up to move him, or we're getting his value up to keep him. One of the two is going to happen. And if you're getting his value up to move him, the option is there for us to move him and a trade package with Xavier Woods. I think Xavier Woods is just probably going to walk. So yeah, Xavier Woods is probably going to walk. So let's see who else we can dig up to put into that trade package to try to up that value and get the most out of it. I'm gonna be real with you. It's probably gonna be a defensive lineman. Let's say, this is a tough one because none of these guys are really. They're not really worth I'd say maybe DJ Johnson if you're talking defensive lineman. Uh, if you're talking offensive, then I would say Josh Neiman or Chandler Zavala. Just throw him into the trade with Bryce. One of those two, throw him into the trade, and let's see what we can get out of it. I'm at that point where I think that either this project is going to sink or it's going to swim. We now have a solid offensive line, starting five in the last two games, and we're going to move forward with that same offensive line, correct? Same five. Management, please. I'm begging you, please keep that same five. Don't waver, please. If you put Icky in, I'm going to lose my ever loving mind. I'm telling you, I will go on the biggest rant if you put Icky in. Do not do it. That would be one of the most careless things you could do because you are shooting yourselves in the foot. That offensive line looked better without Icky in the past 2 weeks than it ever did with him in it the entire year. And people were saying, oh, top five line, top five line. No, no, that's not a top five line. I'm sorry, no. That implies that 27 other teams were worse than us, at left tackle. Forgive me if I don't buy that argument. Please forgive me if I don't buy that. And if your whole argument is based on 100% PFF grades, no. Nope. I saw the PFF grades for this past week and I'm not thrilled with them. And I'm going, what in the absolute heck is that crap? This is why I don't trust the PFF grades. I have never trusted them. I have never fully trusted them. I trust my eyes, man. I trust what I see because I know these players. I've watched them. I know them. Okay? I've been up there up close watching them. You're not going to convince me a PFF grade is more important than the eye test. You're not going to do that. I've done this too many times, man. This is what the sixth or seventh year in a row I've been to training camp practices myself. I can tell whether my offensive linemen are successful or not. I can tell if they're using proper techniques and footwork and hands correctly. That's not going to show up in a PFF because those things, when you don't do those three things correctly all at the same time, there goes your PFF grade right out the window. I don't care. It could look like a 70 something. It could look like an 80 something. If these guys are not doing their job and one of those missed tackles or missed blocks leads to a sack, there goes your PFF grade right out the window. I'm sorry. It ain't there. But that's just my opinion on the PFF. You can take that for what you will. That's my opinion on the PFF. If you disagree, that's fine too. Respectfully, we all have our own opinions on that. And I feel a certain type of way on that. But hey, that's just me. I'm just one content creator, right? I'm just one person in this fan base. Just putting my opinion out there. Do with it what you will. All right, so That being said, just got word that Clemson is ranked number 20 in the rankings right now. Number 20. The Gamecocks have been ranked as well. So, just FYI for people that care about that in the Carolinas. I mean, you should because we've been picking up South Carolina players left and right for this Panthers team, so it's relevant. Um, I like Sam Franklin Jr. I think he could stay. I think he could do some damage for us. I like Charles Wade. I think a nickel corner could help out. In this draft, late in the draft, a wide receiver could be a good thing. Um, Considering that we just traded two of our wide receivers, um, I'd like to make up for that. One in free agency, one in the draft. That's what I'm feeling right now. I want a defensive tackle drafted. Um, I think maybe we go linebacker and we try to push, to replace Quaden or John Radigan at that point. Maybe replace Cam Gill. I like Charles Harris. I think Charles Harris could stay for a little bit. Um, or replace Thomas Ingram too. So that's what I'm thinking there. Top five safety money. Let's replace Mr. Woods here. Let's keep it moving. Leave the corner room alone for the most part. We just want to leave it alone. We just want a nickel corner. All right, so and we start giving Demarni Richardson some reps. Give this man some reps. Let's kick Wani to the curb. Wani getting it done. Um, I want a tight end either signed or drafted. Felipe Franks is not the answer. He is not the answer, guys. I'll say that confidently. Ian Thomas is not the answer. We need a drafted tight end. I want somebody that's going to be solid. I want the next Jatavian Sanders. That's what I want. That way we have three solid deep tight ends, dangerous tight ends, and then the last one will be like a free agent tight end. That we just fill the void with. They can block. That's better than Felipe Franks. That I'd be cool with. Um, Josh, get your walking papers ready. Challenge the ball and get your walking papers ready. It's time to go. End of the year, time to go. We're replacing both of you. Now here's what I want to do. I want a left tackle that can also play right tackle. Drafted. First 3 rounds. First 2 rounds, actually. First 2 rounds. I want a guard drafted to replace Zavala. I'm okay with Icky staying at backup for now at second string until we can train up the new tackle. I'm okay with that. But whoever we get has to be trained. Okay? Brady Christensen is going to stay over at left tackle. So no matter what happens, Icky might be gone, man. Icky might be gone. Unless you move him over to guard, I'd be okay with moving Icky to guard to get rid of Zavala. That's fine with me. Because that's what happens with Cameron Irving, too. Cameron Irving what ended up at right at a guard spot. So I'd be cool with that. Cade Mays stays at center. We need to put we need to get Corbett healthy again. We'll roll with him for one more year. And then we'll make it a priority in 2026 offseason to draft a center in the first 3 rounds. That's what I want to see happen there. If Brady Christensen needs to roll over to center to help out, then he'll roll over to center. You know, and that new left tackle will take the place of Icky. Either way, Josh Neiman's done. Chandler Zavala's done. I don't see the future for them here. And then we start building on that depth from there. You know, I want depth upon depth on this team by the end of year 3 off season. That's what I want. And the only way to get to depth upon depth at the end of year 3 is to make sure you build your foundation correctly. We built our foundation correctly. Now we got to filter out the water. We got to filter out the garbage. And we got to put in people that are solid. You know, build your walls, build your windows of your house. Keep building on that foundation. Build your wood structures. Build them up. It's time. It's time for some of y'all to go on this team at the end of the year. You've had plenty of time. You've had plenty of chances. With all due respect, it's time for some of y'all to go. I can't do this no more, man. I can't watch this no more. I can't. With a few of you, I cannot watch this anymore and not say anything. You know what I mean? Like, it frustrates me. It legit frustrates me. When I look at this roster and I go, huh? Why are some of you still here? Some of you were Matt Rule picks. Some of you were Scott Fitterer picks during the Frank era. Some of you just need to go. And a couple of you have been in here since the Ronnie Rivera days. And you don't belong here. You know what I'm saying? Like, at this point, it's time to go. It's time to create a new leaf and a new culture with this franchise. And Dave Canales is doing an excellent job. Dan Morgan is doing an excellent job. Dave Canales, can I just say you have shown me that you know what you're doing coaching wise. You have shown me that you are a good NFL coach. A very good NFL head coach. I'm not going to say great. I'm going to say very good right now. By the end of year 2, I hope I'm going to be saying great. I hope I'm going to be changing up that tag to great. Because right now, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Hey, shout out to my Clemson basketball team, man. My Clemson basketball team just won another one, guys. Shoot! These guys got into the big tourney last year, man, and I'm excited. I'm super excited, man. They're making moves. They're winning games that they're supposed to be winning. And I got to tell you, man, when that Clemson Hoops team is doing better than this team is, nah, dog, that ain't going to fly. When I have a YouTube channel and the YouTube channel is this team and it's not my Clemson Tigers, and my Clemson Tigers basketball team is doing better than this, what? Nah, nah, bro. It's time to change that. Next year, we're going to start changing that. We're going to start making some moves in this offseason to make something happen here. All right, so here's what I see coming. Once all these moves have been made, once all of these players have been found, then we're going to look at this schedule next year. We're going to look at the players that we have in training camp. We're going to look at the combine. We're going to go through the whole process. And we're going to say, okay, once we hit training camp in 2025, we're going to say, okay, what does this 90-man roster look like in 2025? What does it look like? Who do we retain? Who do we let go of? Who do we replace? Who do we keep? That's when we start getting serious. That's when that is when my Panther vision goes through the roof. When I'm scouting these players, all right? That's when I'm really gonna buckle down. And I'm gonna be looking for technique and footwork at that point. And hands. And every little thing in the book. I'm gonna really crack down in next year's training camp. If Dave Canales and Dan are still the GMs and we have an excellent offseason, you best believe I'm really going to start cracking down. Because at that point, I'm going to be looking for the little cracks in the wall, in the Great Wall of China. I'm going to be looking for them. And I'm going to find them too. I guarantee you I'm going to find them. I'm going to sniff them out like a hound dog. I'm going to sniff them out. And, you know, we had a darn near perfect team in 2015. Darn near perfect. As close to almost perfect as you can find in 2015. Everything was going perfectly in 2015. Everything that we needed to happen was happening. And I'm telling you, I still found our Achilles heel in 2015. So believe me when I tell you, once we have completed 2 rounds of off seasons, I'm going to find these Achilles heels. And I'm going to point them out to you. And what people do with that information is up to them. But I'm going to find it. Because at that point, I'm not messing around no more. I'm done playing games at that point. I'm getting serious and I'm cracking down. Because I want us to go on several winning record seasons from that point on. That's the beginning one. That's the start of it. Y'all remember when we won the division 4 straight times in a row? 4 straight times in a row? Or 3 or 4? That's the beginning. That's the beginning, y'all, of what we started to see in 13 and 14. If we had kept that train going past 2015, think about it. And we didn't have a massive fire sale and screw ourselves royally, think about that. Think about it if that was Dan Morgan running this GM board in 2013 and 14 and 15, and you still got the same players that we did. Same strategy, but he cares about the players. Think about that. Imagine that dynasty carrying over into 2016. We get a Lombardi. Carrying over into 2017, we get another playoff opportunity, possibly another shot at another Lombardi. And it doesn't stop, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't stop. We would have become the next Kansas City Chiefs. Are y'all hearing me right now? Because I'm trying to tell you, we were this close to becoming what the Chiefs are right now. If Dave Gettleman had only cared about his players. That's it. If he would have stopped treating these players like trash back in 15 and kept to that winning formula, think about it. I'm telling you, man, when I sat in that stadium for those 4 games, I had goosebumps, bro. I don't know how y'all felt, but I had goosebumps. That team was unbeatable. It was unshakable, undeniably amazing. We're never gonna reach that peak again, as far as talent. But we can definitely get back there record wise again. We can definitely do that again. If you believe. If you stay on this train. If you stay on these tracks. That is what it's going to look like down the road. That's our roadmap, folks. All right, so the quarterback position with Bryce Young. The doors open to us are number one, we keep Bryce Young. Andy Dalton signs a 2-year extension. And we stick with what we got. We keep trying to develop Bryce Young. We keep trying to do what we're doing. Okay? Door number two. We trade away. No. Door number two is we go out and we get him a veteran once Andy leaves that can help him learn. I suggest Russell Wilson. He fits the RPO. He fits the West Coast offense. He's a hybrid. That's exactly what we're looking for to fit this system that Bryce Young runs. That's all Russell Wilson does is the RPO. Been saying it. I'll continue to say it. That's all he does. That being said, bring in Russell. And I guarantee you, Russell, under this offensive line that you just saw in the last 2 weeks, thrives. This is his comeback tour. I guarantee it. Watch and see if I'm right. Go get him. Go get him. We can get him for $6 to $8 million right now. Once the Pittsburgh Steelers get tired of him and they realize he's not the answer there because they don't run an RPO up in Pittsburgh, watch this. Guess who does run an RPO? We do. And then Charlotte under Dave Canales, who was already in Seattle for a number of years, comeback tour. Bryce learns from Russell Wilson until the end of Russell Wilson's career. Bryce Young becomes the next Russell Wilson. I'm trying to tell you, Russell Wilson 2.0, just with a lot less vinegar and spice. I'm trying to tell you, it could happen, y'all. It could happen. Hear me when I say that, man. It could happen. So, door number 3. We go after another different quarterback in free agency. We keep Bryce Young. And Bryce learns from that quarterback, which does not end up going well. Now, see, we're starting to get into these scenarios now, these doors now that we have done in the past and we have screwed up on and done stupid crap with. All right, so keep that in mind. We have entered that realm of possibility. But you can't throw it out because that's a 50-50 shot of how our management has been doing over the years. Whether it's Dan Morgan or not. You got to take that into consideration, knowing our past history. All right, now, door number 4. We go out and we draft a quarterback. And that spells the end for Bryce Young. He gets traded, package deal, or no, he gets moved. New quarterback comes in under a veteran, learns under the veteran. We got 4 or 5 doors here. We got 4 or 5 doors. And door number 5 is we go all veteran, which I don't see that happening. All veteran quarterbacks, which could look like maybe Russell Wilson and Andy Dalton together in one quarterback room could happen. And then we go out and sign another veteran quarterback. That's door number 5. That gets expensive, so no. Don't want to see that happen. All right, so we're looking at 4 different doors with Bryce Young right now. Realistically. Management, I'm just trying to give you the options that you have. Which door do you want to crack open? That's up to you at the end of the year. You can run through all the scenarios and stuff like that at the end of the year and really dig into that conversation at the end of the year. And I feel like that's what we're trying to do. We didn't want to move Bryce Young. We didn't want to move Miles Sanders. So we said, you know what? Let's table those conversations until the end of the year, until we have more facts and information to go with. So that's what we're doing. Give me 1 second. So that being said, that is our roadmap for the future. Now, uh, we have the option of doing a mock draft or uh, so would you like to see a mock draft? I could do that. That is up to y'all. Or we could do some video game stuff tonight too. That is up to y'all. I will leave that up in your hands to decide. And if we do, I'm looking at finishing up either Condemned or putting in some work with Once Human. Hmm. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. Let me put this up on screen for you. Check this out. All right, so this is according to my moderator Carl, who just put this up about 2 hours ago, and he said it says Carolina Panthers can't help but laugh at Chicago Bears' misery. The early signs were encouraging enough. It hasn't taken long for things to unravel. Chicago is on a disastrous run. Now I want you to pay attention to this next line. The offensive line is incapable of protecting Williams. Let me read that again for you. The offensive line is incapable of protecting Williams. Now, where does that sound familiar? Where does that sound familiar, Panthers fans? Hey, keep out the crew. Where does that sound familiar? Come on now. The first year pro isn't seeing the field properly and is holding on to the football for too long. Now hold up. You're let me get this straight. The offensive line is incapable of protecting Williams, but yet you want to say that he's holding on to the ball too long? Those two things don't mesh, man. Okay, either the dude is taking sacks and throwing the ball away, or he isn't. Which one is it? My whole thing here is that, okay, if you have an offensive line that is incapable of protecting a quarterback, that means the pass rushers get past the offensive lineman quicker. Not let the quarterback sit back there and hold onto the ball too long, but get there quicker and attack the quarterback quicker than he wants to throw the ball. Okay, so if you're talking about the quarterback is holding onto the ball too long, that means your offensive line is doing their job. So which one is it? Because that means the offensive linemen are holding out these pass rushers for long enough for him to hold the ball too long. So which one is it? Which one is it? I'm confused here. I'm genuinely confused here. It's got to be one or the other. That's how NFL football works. That's how offensive lines work. You trying to tell me it's not? Come on now. Come on now. Who you trying to fool? You yourself or I? Anyway, that's just something I saw that Carl put up, man, and I love it. I think it's amazing. Sounds like us last year, but worse, says TJ Johnson. Shout out to you for pointing that out. Yup. Facts. All right, let's see what other stuff people are posting here while we decide what we want to do. Oh, here we go. 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 Y'all need to see this. Hold up. Running backs with 800 plus rushing yards this season. Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, and Chuba Choo Choo Hubbard. Yes, sir. You love to see it. You love to see it, man. You love to see it. Oh, that's beautiful right there. That's a beautiful sight right there. The prediction was 1,200 from everybody, right? Oh, man. I'm not even sure Derrick Henry is going to get 1,200. Oh, my gosh. And not only that, this man kept up his production even after he got that beautiful contract. That tells me he don't care about the money, man. Well, he does, but he also is more focused on the production and the game itself. The man wants to put up the numbers, man. He wants to help out his team. He's more interested in the team than he is the money. That's exactly what that says to me. And I am so proud of you, Chuba. I'm so proud of you. Like the growth of Chuba Hubbard, man. Dude, I love this dude. I love this dude. Chuba, you're making me want to buy a freaking jersey of yours, man. You're making me want. I'm tempted. I'm getting tempted, Chuba. The problem is every time I buy one of these players' jerseys, man, they don't stay in Carolina. So that's why I'm not going to do it. I love you, Chuba. That's why I'm like, nah, man, I can't do it. I cannot do it, bro. By the time I decide I want to buy the jersey, the dude's already gone. You know, any one of these players. And I'm like, man. How many of y'all have Chuba Hubbard jerseys? How many of y'all rocking the 30? I want to know. Let me know. Who's rocking the 30 jerseys? The black and blue jerseys or the blue on black jerseys, man. Who's rocking the 30? Who is who is legit rocking that jersey, man? I want to hear from you. Why are you rocking the 30 jersey, man? Let me know. Talk to me. Cause you might convince me to buy one. You might convince me to buy one next year, man. I'm not gonna buy one this year, but I might buy one next year if you convince me. I might, bro. I might. And we have become the culture that has gotten coaches fired, and it is beautiful to watch. We're the Carolina Reapers, baby. We're the Carolina Reapers. We get these coaches fired. Oh, yes. Oh, it's beautiful. The Carolina Reapers. I like that. I like that. Y'all get creative with this stuff, man. I like that. Oh, that's fun. That's always fun. Yeah. I love the fact that we are on the comeback trail, though. I love it. 6 to 7 wins is possible. And that's just the first year. That's just the first evaluation year. And that tells us exactly where we are based on the starting building process of this team, this management. Now we know exactly what we need to fix. And if we don't do it, that's on the management. You know, let's run a mock. Let's run a mock. Let's run a mock. I'm feeling good right now. Let's run a mock. I'm feeling energetic. All right, so let's see. We're somewhere between the 10 and 15 range. We're gonna draft like that, okay? We're gonna draft like that. So everything we're doing is based on that. All right, positional ranking. Here we go. We got it set up. All right, let's go. Let's say we hit 9. Let's say we sit at 9. Okay. Now, I don't know how this is gonna go, but we're gonna find out. I've got um I've got NFL Draft Buzz up, so we can look up players as we go along. Um, let's see. I've got the Tankathon up, so we know what picks we have. I want the full order up. There we go. That way we can take a look at it and determine where we're going to be at. We get ESPN up, so we need it. We have it if we need it. We can also look up players here. So let's do this. I've been using NFL Draft Buzz to really look at some of these players, information, and everything else. It's a great site. If you're not used to using this site, go check it out. Um, let's just say, let's say we want to look at a certain player here, just at random. You got the stats up here for his career for this year. You got his height, weight, where he comes from, junior, his player rating, position ranking, 40 time. You got full statistics section right here on that tab. Player news is over there. You got where he ranks on the full list of them. You'll have the list of players that are in that list. You'll have a color chart here from red to blue. You got height, 40 time, weight, whatever relevant stats are here, for measurables. You got what he does as a role, when it was last updated, what year he's going to be drafted in, most likely, his 40 time, his age, date of birth, etc. You got an overall rating that is based on whatever stats for each position that these guys do. For instance, in this case, it would be tackling, run defense, coverage, zone, man press. If you're a corner, you got certain percentages. You got the draft projection rankings. You got his snaps, college games, ESPN rating, 24 Sports rating, Rivals.com rating. You got the player comparison, similarity level down here. For instance, in this case, Patrick Surtain is who this guy is, and Trent McDuffie. For comparison, you got a player bio here. You got strengths at bullet point. You got weaknesses in bullet point. You got the whole summary of the player. And then I love these charts down here, that show you like the old Madden games. What was it? Madden oh my god, 08 possibly, I think it was. That was using like the web charts. It's awesome. I love these sites, man. I love this. Because this helps us really get a good idea of who these guys are. All right, let's go. You guys ready for a mock? A way, 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 way too early mock. Just for the heck of it. Let's go. Let's say we stay at 9. Okay? Now, if you want a quarterback, you're looking at Carson Beck, Quinn Ewers, Jackson Dart, uh, Curtis Roke, Riley Leonard. That's what you're looking at, at this point in time inside of the top 100. Now, I'm going to look at 65. Okay. Since I know I can get my quarterback at 47 and nobody's ringing at 9, let's look at tackle. Now, when I'm looking at these guys, I'm thinking, okay, solid set of guys, but are any of them the answer? And you know what I see? I see that I cannot look at the previous picks. So, what we're going to be doing is looking at the offense picks. Let's see. And I ended up picking in the first one Kevin Banks. I don't see Kevin Banks on that mock draft. So that means somebody picked him up, most likely. Jack Campbell. Yeah. I think somebody picked him up. Okay. That's fine. So here's what we're going to do instead. Here's what we're going to do instead. I'm going to go and look at some of these guys. And we're going to see what we're doing with. Tyler Booker. Let's begin there. Now, we are looking for a left tackle. 85% pass blocking, 73% run blocking. Excellent. Good measurables. Here's the problem. He has a striking resemblance to Zavala. Yikes. And that's not what we're looking for. Okay, let's continue. Who else do we have here? Donovan Jackson. I'm not seeing him. There he is. He's a guard. Nah, I don't want a guard. Let's see. Arizona Jonah. There he is, tackle. Okay, you're a multi-role offensive lineman. Good start. Decent, pretty good 40 time. Good height. Decent height, but good weight. Oh my god, are you serious? Did it just kick me out of the charter, you trolling piece of garbage? I swear to God. I don't want your stupid reward program. Man, bump y'all. There we go. Let's try that again. Let's try this again. Now, I want tackles. Cool. Okay. Where are we at again? Jonah, right? Yeah, you. 84 in pass blocking, but 62 in run blocking. Nope. That is not the answer. Okay, Donovan Jackson. We looked him up already. Tate Ratledge. Tate Ratledge. You're next. What do we got here? He's a guard. Nope. Next. Parker Brailsfield. Brailsford. Okay, Parker. Let's check Let's check Parker out. Sometimes these guys will be on the third page. He's a center. Nope. Armand. Armand from Missouri. Okay. There you are. Okay, you're a right tackle. Bad height. Horrible height. 6'3"? Really? Oof. Yeah, that's not what we're looking for. Nope. Keep hunting. Jaden Roberts. Jaden Roberts. You're a guard. And a right guard. No. Jared Wilson. Let's try Jared Wilson. We're going to keep hunting until we find what we're looking for, folks. I am not giving up. He's a center. Nope. Jonah from Southern Cal. Wait, I think I just saw him. There he is. He's a center. Nope. Oh boy. This is not going well. Oh, there's the tackle section. Duh. Alright, I'm dumb. Alright, okay. Will Campbell. Will Campbell, LSU. Let's start there. Let's get this started, shall we? Will Campbell. You are a left tackle. Okay, good. Good. Properly tested in the SEC. Good measurables. Ooh. 86 and 84%. That's what I like to see. Defensive rating of 77%. Nice. Trey Smith of Tennessee. You get a five-star rating from ESPN, 4-star from 24 Sports, and 4-star from Rivals. You know what? Let's check this dude out, man. This is starting to win for me right here. This dude's starting to win. Okay. Remarkable footwork, maintaining position and leverage even when challenged by top defenders. Good. Strong run blocker, improved. Showing improved understanding of execution and creating running lanes and reaching second level defenders. Excellent. Next out. Outstanding balance, rarely losing leverage, or being pushed off his base by top pass rushers. Okay. Powerful base. Handling bull rushers. Recovering well with strong punches. Effective grappler. Close quarters. With strong upper body strength and good hand placement. Impressive awareness and coordination with teammates, building a good solid pocket and anchoring against bull rushers. Demonstrates good quickness and flexibility on reach blocks. Well enough range to get out as a puller. I like that. I like this list. I like this list. Y'all see this? This is what we're looking for. Let's see the weaknesses. Okay. Struggles with play strength against older, more powerful rushers, occasionally giving ground first contact. Inconsistent hand usage and grip strength. Okay, either his hands are good or they're not good. I'm confused here. You just listed that as a strength that his hands were good, and then now you're saying inconsistent hand usage and grip strength. So which one is it? Often beaten late in plays by relentless defenders. Length issues on tape, sometimes out leveraged by opponents due to average arm length. Stiffness is the outside shoulder against speed rushers, occasionally losing flexible defenders. Can occasionally develop a shaky pass protection technique, playing too high and with an inconsistent kick slide. Okay, his impressive footwork and ability to recover in difficult situations are notable strengths that will serve him well at the next level. Let's see. Let's see what else you have for me. Okay. I like what I see right now. I really do like what I see in Will Campbell. Yeah. Yeah, left tackle. I'm gonna take a look at him on Saturday. Book it right now. Book it right now. I'm gonna take a look at him. I'm gonna write down some of these names so I can take a look at them. I like what I see right now. This dude's gonna stay on my radar for a while. I got a feeling about this. Okay. Okay. Got Campbell on the list. I'm gonna take a look at him on Saturday. Let's see what we're doing with. LSU's playing on Saturday, right? Is LSU playing on Saturday? Yeah, they're playing against Florida. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I was gonna take a look at that Florida team anyway. Hey, look at South Carolina coming in at number 21. Good for them, man. Good for them. They earned it. They've been playing really well and they deserve it. Okay, cool. I don't like Will Campbell, man. This dude is it. This dude's it. And I see him available right there at number 9. How about Kelvin Banks? Never automatically go for the first guy. You never know. Ooh, pass blocking 100%. Run blocking 85%. His height, though. His height might be what might kick him back a couple of picks. But he's drawing comparisons to Vera Tucker from last year. Hmm, 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 hmm. Okay. I'll tell you what, though, the more mocks I do, the more I'm going to learn about these guys. Emory Jones Jr. You know what? Since I'm not getting any calls, we do have the option of edge rusher here. And Cam Ward and Shador are both gone. That's all right. I know what I'm doing with that 47th pick. I know exactly what I'm doing. I know exactly where I'm going with these picks. Watch this. Watch this. You guys are going to like this. Let's get Will Campbell. Now, here's the interesting part. Let's see what offers we get. Heck no, Raiders. Heck no. We're not moving down to the 5th. Are you high? Get out of here with that. We're definitely not moving down to the 3rd round. Although that is a lot of nasty picks that we could do some damage with. But no. Move down 2 picks and we pick up a 6th rounder, a 4th and a 5th next year. I'll think about it, Seattle. Who are you gunning for, though? Who are you looking for? Pittsburgh, we're not moving down to the 5th. Forget it. Baltimore, we're not moving down to the 3rd, although I like those picks. I like the way y'all are doing business right now. But that's not what I want. Bears are willing to move down 1 spot. They want to give me a 3rd, a 6th, and a 7th next year. Okay, Bears. I'm interested. Bears and Seattle. Seattle wants to give me a 6th, a 4th, and a 5th. I could do a lot of damage with a 4th and 5th next year. But a 3rd rounder It's worth that fourth and fifth value. And I can do some damage with a sixth as well. I can move a seventh. Mmm. Bears, who are you going for? Who you going for? It all depends on who they're going for. If they're going for who I think they are, I'm about to be pissed off, aren't I? Who do they think I'm gonna make a move for? All right. Yeah, I'll give you Watts. I'll give you Watts. You can have Watts. I'm looking to pick up a free agent safety anyway. Enjoy that one. No, 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 no. Heck no. Definitely not. What are y'all doing? I'm not moving into the third or anywhere below that. No. Nah, because you know what? I want Jackson Dart. That's who I want. That's exactly who I want. Give me Jackson Dart. All right. Move down one spot, get a fifth, a seventh, and a third next year. Okay, Patriots. Now you're starting to play some ball. Now you're starting to learn how to play ball with me. I like this. I like this right here. Okay, now this is where we start to really push and get the people we want. All right, they took my. You scumbags. You took my defensive end. All right. Um, I've been hearing good things about Marvin Jones Jr. We'll check him out in a minute. Uh, we now have the choice of a linebacker. Ooh, I really like that dude. I say we sit on it. I say we sit on it. It's at this point you can go for a wide receiver if you want to. My whole thing is like you can go down the list and find a good wide receiver though. Like look at all these guys. That's a pretty decent wide receiver room. So, although we didn't have Evan Stewart the last time. Hmm. Let me see if I can find this dude. He was not on the list before. Let's take a look at you. Good 40 time. Ooh. Nah, this dude's going to Indianapolis. This dude's going to Indianapolis. I'm no longer interested in him. I already looked at Higgins. I already looked at a couple of these guys. Patrick Payton. See if we can find him. Patrick Payton. There he is. Four sacks, 27 tackles, 13 solo. Oof, gross. No, no. Look at that tackling percentage, 39%. Ooh, yikes. No, buddy. Anybody that wants us to pick up somebody like that is out of their freaking mind. Now, I like Marvin Jones Jr. Let's see. Marvin Jones Jr. Where is he? Let's see. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't see him. So I'm just gonna pretend like he's not there. Danny did a Sutton. And State, right? Let's see what we got. You. Good measurables. 2 sacks, 1 forced fumble, 16. Interesting. Not quite there. Not quite there, but he's kind of one of those B grade guys that maybe I would consider if I was getting in trouble here. Brady Swinson, LSU. Brady, where you at, buddy? Come out to play. No, breaking my heart. Braden, there you are. 8 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 43 tackles, 23 solo. Not bad. Hmm. Okay. 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 We got a solid options here. Marvin Jones Jr. Obviously. I'm gonna hunt you down, man. Where you at? Come on. Okay. We know he's not in here. Jared Ivy. Jared Ivy is Ole Miss. Gotcha. There you are. 8 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 31 tackles, 19 solo. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Josh Pascal from Kentucky is the comparison. Good measurables. Pretty good numbers. Consider this the SEC, pretty good numbers. It's 131 though. Yeah. I like Braden Swinson, right? Braden Swinson, LSU. Just double check one more time. This was the dude, right? Yeah. Pass rush extraordinaire. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. 93. Let's see. We get a fifth, a seventh, and a third. Just move down one spot. All right, done. Move down 7 spots. We pick up a sixth. Hmm. Second round of the seventh. Nope. Another sixth rounder, huh? Okay, so Titans are out. Nope. All right, so we got a choice between moving down to 88. Because I'm drafting Braden. I'm gonna. The second round is tempting. For only 7 spots. Yeah, I'll do it. Down to the 5th round. No. Down to a 94. Probably not. No. I'm gonna go ahead and draft him. This is the type of guy we want. I want somebody aggressive. I want an aggressive tackler. I'm okay with the C grade. Hmm. Not feeling it. Okay. We need some solid defensive tackles. One solid defensive tackle. But also, hmm, we could double up on that. I feel like if we don't move on wide receiver, they're going to be gone. So, it's a good question. Which one did I choose? Okay, I went for Tez. Dude, Ivy. One oh seven, 111. We could still get Jared Ivy at 111. That's what I'm thinking right now. Dante Lawson. Yeah. Let's double up. Down to a 130. Nah, no dice. I want him. I want him specifically. I did a little bit of research on these guys, so I know exactly what I'm looking for. Now, I want a defensive tackle. So, what do we know about this zero? Sorry about that. I'm a little tired. I'm trying to figure out Nazir stack. Let's just do that. He's not even on this list. What the? That doesn't make any sense. Is he a defensive end? Hmm. I'm not seeing them. Okay. Jordan Phillips. Let's check out Jordan Phillips. Okay. Okay. He's not on there. Okay. How about Zane Durant? Okay, here's this guy. Hmm. Decent, decent, decent. Okay. Okay. Braden McGregor. Okay. Yeah. This dude is it. This dude's it. 68. No. 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 Okay. Next thing we need, since we picked up our two edges, a linebacker, and a defensive tackle, is. How about a corner? Jason Marshall Jr. Is that the dude I was looking at before? Alexander. Is he even on this list? What the? Ty Alexander from LSU. The heck is he at? We must have taken him. Okay. Damani Jackson. Let's look him up. There we go. What you got for me? Two interceptions. Pass deflection, 13 tackle, 17. Okay. Decent measurables. Kind of mid. Jason Marshall Jr. from Florida. Let's see what you got for me. There we go. That's the dude. No interceptions. Not impressed. Let's see, Riley. Let's see. What's the name we're looking for? Quincy Riley. Okay. From Louisville. Okay. Got you. Okay. Not seeing his name on the list. Tell you what. At this point, you get the point. We're doing a corner. We're doing a I want a wide receiver after this point as well. You know. Uh, and should we feel the need to, we can go. Yeah, we can go safety. Okay. So essentially, it's going to be offensive tackle, quarterback, edge, linebacker, defensive tackle, and then you got corner that I'm looking at now, and then wide receiver, then a tight end spot. If we want to grab a tight end, but end of the day, we can always uh, look at a guard as well. That's a possibility. There's a lot of choices here. Uh, I just wanted to present some ideas. You know what I mean? This is just first draft, that I was looking at. I like Will Campbell. I like what this dude brings at the left tackle. Jackson Dart has been impressing me numbers wise. I love what I see there. Uh, Braden Swinson, I like what I see as far as like his measurables, his tackles, his tackling ability. Um, we can work on the solo tackling, and I think we can get him to where he needs to be. Jared Ivey, I like what I see there. He's got a lot of aggressiveness to his pass rush. Uh, of course, I like Jackson Dumas Johnson for his ability to read the field and do what he does. And of course, Zane, we're looking for a run stopper. So these are guys that I'm looking at right now. We've got a ton of picks. I made some trade downs. Got some picks for next year. But essentially you get the idea. We're going corner, we're going wide receiver, tight end as well. And if you want to double up at guard, be my guest at the end. You know, or guard before wide receiver. Either way, be my guest on that one because I think that's really what we want. Um, and that's I'm not really buying the C+ grades. I'm sorry, I'm just not buying it. These guys are a little bit better than that. But yeah, I'm getting garbage offers now, so we've gotten that far down into the draft where we're at round 5. You got a couple of picks down here, but you see my point. You see what we're doing here. This is just a way, way, way too early mock draft, and I see a lot of potential here to replace some players. Upgrade on some players. Just really move forward. There's a lot of room for aggressive expansion on this roster off of the foundation that we built last year. Um, I do think that from what I've seen, I'm very, very pleased with the progress of development, fundamentals, technique, footwork that this coaching staff has been teaching these players. I think there's a lot that we can push forward with, and retain if we wish on this roster going into this offseason. There's some that need to go, but yeah, this is this is just to give you an idea of what we're doing with here. Just an early warm up. Positional wise though, that's what we're doing with. And as I said before, I truly do believe that there is a strong chance we land between 10 and 15. If we get to 6 or 7 wins that I think that we could possibly get by the end of this, I'm going to say 6 safely, 5 or 6 safely. But aggressively, maybe 6 to 7. You know what I'm saying? Aggressively, maybe 6 to 7, and that lands us in between 10 and 15. The biggest dangers, again, are Jacksonville and the Saints, to us on this draft board. Assuming the Bears get enough wins that they're not a problem anymore. So, that's essentially our roadmap. Um, I don't know of anything else I really want to add, unless you guys do. There any particular player you guys want to talk about? We'll talk about them. We'll go over it. Other than that, what do you guys think? Do you approve? Do you disagree? Do you have suggestions? Poke some holes in this, man. If there's any holes to be found, poke them. And ladies, please do. All right. Beyond that, honestly, I'm probably gonna go ahead and call this a stream and go get some food. Go make some food and watch a movie or something tonight. But what do you guys think? Let me know. That's pretty much where we're at. I like the future of the Carolina Panthers. I like where this road is going. I like what this is going to look like at the end of this. Should we continue to succeed in what we're hunting for? So we just got to continue to play Carolina Panthers football. We got to continue doing what we do, and whatever works, keep doing it. If it's not working, fix it. Really that simple. Some of these moves are not as simple, but some are. But yeah, if you guys want me to do video games tonight, I could do that. I could do that. Let me eat something, and then I'll jump back on stream if you guys want that. If I'm too tired, then I'm just gonna eat and pass out. But we'll see what we want to do. But I just want to say thank you guys so much. Shout out to Marcos Cash. Shout out to 901 Sports Moods. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to Facebook. Don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Group. I am stumbling over my words right now. I apologize. But give me 1 second. But yeah. Let me try that outro again. One more time. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game post opinions and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football Keep Pounding League. If you want to get your hands on an intro like this one, if you're a content creator, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. Fair prices, you know, very patient. She will work with you, and she is awesome. So she's looking for new clients. Go check her out, Lindara Ty on Instagram. All right, guys. You guys know the deal. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace. And you know what to do. Keep pounding. Peace.